Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to begin a playthrough of King's Quest V. Sorry I'm slightly late. I mean I just didn't manage to get everything done in time is quite simply the explanation. Which I know is you know, not ideal, not really good enough, but what can I say? Still, I'm here now. As with the other King's Quest games, we know that we are encouraged to read the manual, because this is back in the day when developers actually put a lot of effort into the manuals, and they assume that you already know everything that's in them. So that's where I'll begin, and then we'll get into the game itself, and it certainly looks like an interesting one. I did my normal audio tests to try and get the audio levels appropriate, and so as a result I've seen the intro to the game, and yeah, it's got quite the striking beginning. Let's get some music going. Hey Pengy, lovely to see you. I'm always impressed on how you keep the time. This is more in time than most other streamers I've seen. Well, what I usually do is I set up beforehand and then I just have an analog clock up on the screen and I wait for the second hand to reach the time to go live. So I go live on the hour. But yeah. But believe it or not, the thing that meant I actually missed going live on time this time was because I was looking for the Sparkles Unicode symbol for putting in the title of the stream. I knew I wanted it, but I ended up having to Google it because I didn't. It's not something you can easily type with the keyboard, and I didn't have it to hand. Still, it's lovely to see you as always, Pengy. I hope you're well. Take care. Other viewers and myself are here for you. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. Yeah, just had some really bad mental health the last few days, in particular yesterday and today with the PTSD. But, you know, that's unfortunately the way it is. Right, so where were we? Quest for the castle. Long ago, in the kingdom of Daventry, there were 3 magical treasures that kept the kingdom strong and prosperous. A magic mirror that foretold the future, an enchanted shield with the power to overthrow any invaders, and a treasure chest that was never empty. These treasures were taken from Daventry by deception and stealth, and without them, Daventry grew poor and weak, and King Edward, once a stout-hearted and vigorous ruler, had become powerless and sickly. Edward had no heir, and everyone feared the chaos that would result on his death. King Edward asked his bravest knight, Sir Graham, to embark upon a quest to recover the 3 treasures. Graham's quest was successful, and as his reward, King Edward named Graham his heir and granted him the throne of Daventry. The chronicles of Graham's search for the royal treasures of Daventry are recounted in King's Quest I, Quest for the Crown. King Graham was a wise and kindly monarch. Incidentally, I know I didn't mention this, but yet again, beautiful manual. Beautiful games manual. Anyway, where were we? King Graham was a wise and kindly monarch, and with his great wisdom and the return of the 3 treasures, Daventry prospered once again. But Graham knew that he must soon marry and establish his own royal line with an heir to his throne. He searched far and wide, but no maiden in the kingdom possessed the qualities he sought in a queen. Yes, this was a whole episode in another one of the manuals. I think that was the manual for King's Quest II. He had questionable criteria on which to select a co-ruler. Seemed very much based on his own personal aesthetic judgments and very little to do with their actual ability to rule. Still, that was a thing. One day, King Graham saw in his magic mirror a vision of a lovely young woman held prisoner in a crystal tower. The mirror told him that her name was Valenice, a girl both beautiful and good, but who had been stolen from her home and taken to a far land. Graham vowed to find her and set her free. Yeah. She never did get back to her land, did she? She ended up being taken back to Castle Daventry, as I recall. After a long journey with many trolls, he did, and he asked her to be his queen. The chronicles of Graham's perilous journey to rescue the lovely Valenice are related in King's Quest II, Romancing the Throne. Yeah, there were... That was... The story of King's Quest II wasn't without possible blemishes we could highlight, but still, it was a jolly old adventure at the very least. In time, Queen Valenice and King Graham became the parents of twins, a son and a daughter. Life in Daventry was peaceful and good, for a time. Yeah, I would say, I could be just misremembering, but I think the whole twins thing was a retcon. I'm pretty sure they were first introduced as brother and sister, but then only in like the next game did they then say that they were twins. It could be that I'm misremembering. In a land far away lived an evil and powerful wizard named Manannan. It was his wont to kidnap infant boys. Sorry, let me try again. It was his wont to kidnap infant boys and raise them to be his slaves, killing each in turn before he was full grown, and could pose a threat to the wizard's dominance. His most recent vassal, a boy he called Gwydion, was, however, unusually bright and perceptive. He mastered several of Manannan's spells and turned them against him to gain his freedom. Yeah, they're trying not to spoil the story there. One of the main twists of the story, but I mean, in the very unlikely chance someone is watching this stream and doesn't want to be spoiled, I won't give it away, but it's kind of... Yeah, it's not... the twist wasn't very well concealed. After a time, Gwydion's travels brought him to Daventry, not the lovely and peaceful Daventry of days gone by, but a land devastated by a terrible affliction. The kingdom had fallen victim to the ravages of a dreadful three-headed dragon, which had burned the land all around and killed many people. Gwydion was able to use his newfound magical powers to destroy the dragon and rescue an intended victim from its lair. He was taken before the king and queen and rewarded in such a way as he never could have imagined in his life as Manannan's slave. The chronicles of Gwydion, his trials and his journeys are told in King's Quest III, To Err is Human. In later years, King Graham's health began to fail, and the royal physicians were powerless to help him. Only a magical fruit from the faraway land of Tamir could bring about a cure and restore the health of Daventry's monarch. Graham's daughter, Princess Rosella, set off in pursuit of this healing magic for her father. On her journey she performed many brave deeds and had many great adventures. The chronicle of Rosella's travels and experiences in Tamir are described in King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella, and that's the last game we completed. With the king's health fully restored and his family together once more, it was a happy and fulfilled Graham who set out for a walk in the forest one spring day almost a year since Rosella had returned from Tamir. The kingdom was peaceful and prosperous again, and the people were content. Birds were singing in the trees. It seemed an auspicious sign. As Graham was contemplating his good fortune, a sharp wind blew into the woods from the east, whirling up sticks and leaves into his path, and startling the birds into silence. The air grew suddenly colder. It seemed an unexpected storm was approaching. Graham began to walk back towards the castle, his joyous mood broken by a dark foreboding. When he reached the top of the gentle rise overlooking his home, he was horrified to see only empty space where the royal castle of Daventry had stood only minutes before. Cold fear gripped his heart. Where was his family? What happened to them? Woohoo! Woohoo! An owl hooted behind him, but Graham scarcely heard it over the pounding of his heart. I can tell you what happened, came a voice behind him, and Graham spun around to confront a large owl in a blue vest and spectacles. I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all, said the owl. Hail, Fairy, it's lovely to see you. How are you? If you're not in a position to reply, then I hope you have a lovely lurk. Where were we? Journey into the magical world of King's Quest once again on a quest for the missing castle and the royal family of Daventry. And that's the owl. Did they say in a vest? The owl, I mean. Yeah, they said a blue vest and spectacles, whereas that looks to me like a waistcoat and monocle. Although I've got a feeling they do call waistcoats vests in America, but I'm pretty sure they don't call monocles spectacles. I think the rest of this stuff we can probably skip. I'll quickly skim read it, just in case. Oh, this manual actually covers multiple operating systems, which is interesting, since I would assume when you bought the game and you got what would have been a floppy disk at the day, I assume they weren't packaging it for multiple operating systems at the same time, as in I assume you needed a different floppy disk for the MS-DOS version as the Atari. I could be wrong, because I suppose the data files would be the same. They'd just have to package two different executables. Oh, and Amiga. I think this is might be the first King's Quest game with full mouse support. I mean, even King's Quest 1 seemed to have mouse support via ScumVM. I don't know if it originally did. But all the other games we've played in the King's Quest series, I'm pretty sure you could play all of them using just keyboard. So I suppose when I say full mouse support, what I mean is this is the first game where using the mouse is going to be the default way you control the world, and it wouldn't be possible to complete the game without a mouse, I would guess. But we'll see. Shift-click cycle for available cursors, that's probably different actions. Control-click toggle between walk and last chosen cursor. Okay. That's good to know, because I wouldn't have known that. 2-button mouse, cycle for available cursors, toggle between walk and last chosen. Okay, 3-button mouse, toggle between walk and last chosen action, cycle for available cursors. Okay. For other commands, mouse users can use the numeric keypad. Cycle for it. See, this used to be used for movement. Open icon bar, interesting. To be fair, those ones, the ones that are actually the arrow keys on the numpad, those haven't been assigned any other function, so maybe you can still play it with just using the mouse. Sorry, just using the keyboard, I meant to say. Walk icon. Travel. So they distinguish between walking and travelling, okay. Oh look, they've got two versions of every cursor by the looks of it. Oh, because they distinguish between an icon and a cursor. Okay, an icon's probably, like, if it comes up on the screen and you can click on it, and a cursor's probably what the like, mouse cursor becomes, I would guess. We can look, we can take an action, we can talk, we can access the inventory. We can save. What does stop do? Pause the game, quit playing, or restart the game. Okay. Information. Okay. Magic spells. From time to time during the game, it may be necessary to use Crispin's wand to cast a spell. These times a window will appear telling you which spell to cast and showing you 4 symbols. These are the symbols that activate the spell. Below the symbols are the letters of the English alphabet. To make the spell work, find each symbol and its matching letter in your game menu and select the on-screen letter that matches the symbol. Be sure to do this in order from left to right. If you match the symbols and letters correctly, the spell will be successful. So that's how they've implemented copy protection. on this in this particular game. It would seem. But how do I decode them? Look at this. This copyright notice that is formatted almost like a wanted poster. Maybe I'm being a bit imaginative there. Okay, right. I understand what you mean by each spell symbol corresponds to a letter. But where do I look that up? Find each symbol and its matching letter in your game manual. See, I see all these symbols here. Oh, hang on. Right, that's not very clear in the photocopy. That's U, that's O, that's J, that's F. Okay, I see what we're doing here. That's also F, but what's that? I have no idea what letter that is. Well, we'll worry about that when we get to it. I've got a bad feeling I'm going to have to look this up online. In fact, why don't I do that ever so quickly? Let me just at least check if there is, like, an online guide for the spell symbols. King's Quest 5 spell symbols to letters. I mean, I could use the manual we've already got. I just feel like the scan is too low quality. I'm not seeing it so far. Oh, hang on. I think I've just found a much higher quality copy of the manual. Yeah, okay. We can use that then. Let me quickly save this. If I can figure out how to do that. That's a very good question. That's save, that's save. Good. Let me find where I downloaded it. Open it up. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I wonder why OBS didn't... When I opened up the other manual, I wonder why OBS didn't acknowledge the change. Oh, there we go. Now it has. So as you can see, this is just the same manual, higher quality. We can actually see what these things say now. So yes. I think we're ready to go. I'll pause the music briefly in order that when we're playing the intro, you can actually hear the music there. Have you previously played King's Quest V? No. Castle Daventry. Interesting they've used that electric effect to represent the magic. Suboptimal. Even took the foundations, although honestly that's probably a good idea. Wherever it lands, you don't want it to not have foundations. And here's King Graham minding his own business. It is notable to have such an old main character though. You see he's got grey hair there. I don't feel like a lot of video games tend to have you play someone that's got grey hair. My castle! What has happened? I can tell you what happened. What? I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all. Yes, I did. You did? Well, then what happened? It was the powerful and evil wizard Mordak who did it. I just happened to be visiting with an old friend when I saw him materialize out of thin air. Thank goodness he didn't see me. Don't stop now. Go on. He conjured up a terrible whirlwind that swirled faster and faster around the castle. With another incantation, Mordak then caused the wind to draw the castle up into the sky and out of sight, and I missed a bit. Why? Why would this wizard Mordak want my castle? What could he have against me and my family? Assuming that he does. That I don't know. I only know that it was Mordak who took your castle and your family. Perhaps I can help you. My employer also happens to be a wizard, which is why I recognise Mordak. Unlike Mordak though, my employer is a very good wizard. His name is Crispinos Fur, but... Ah! Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, the only problem is that Crispin is getting on in years and tends to be a bit forgetful. I don't know, this doesn't sound as if it would work. Oh, sure it would. Crispin is a very qualified wizard, one of the best. He just gets a little forgetful now and again, that's all. Now, where is it? I know I brought it with me. Aha! Here it is! What is that? Well, it is in my opinion that you don't stand a chance against the likes of Mordak. Excuse me for saying, Your Majesty, but you don't have a choice. You must come with me. I'm sure Crispin can help you. That looks really difficult to do, to get a decent... What is that stuff? Oh, just some old leftover fairy dust I've been carrying around. It'll help you to fly. You can follow me to the land of Serenia, where Crispin and I live. It's much too far for you to walk, you know. I think the fairy dust is still good. Come on, up here. Yeah, follow me. To like sprinkle some dust on someone from a bag with a beak doesn't seem easy. Oh, look at the way King Graham's flapping his arms. There it is, down here, come on! Okay, here I come. Oh dear. Looks like the fairy just wore off. Well, good thing it didn't wear off a few minutes earlier. Cedric! Cedric, where have you been? I've been calling for you. Well, what have we here? A bit clumsy, are you? Well, come on in the house and dry off. No sense sitting around like a wet dog. Cedric, go in the house and pour each of us a nice... Missed it. Aye, aye, Crispin. I need a better voice for, Crispinofer. The Society of Wizards has always taken a dim view of Mordak and his abuse of his power. Why, he's even been put on suspension a few times. It never seems to do any good, though. Crispin, why would Mordak want to take my family or castle? What did we ever do to him? Again, you're assuming that's the motivation. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. Mordak is a very unpredictable wizard. I've never understood that evil mind of his. I thought perhaps you could help His Majesty Crispin. Well, let me see now. I used to be a very powerful wizard at one time, you know, but I've gotten a little rusty lately. A little rusty? That's quite enough from you, Cedric. Yes, sir, Crispin, sir. I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out, but let's see what I can find. No, that won't do. That's all used up. It might work. Here, eat this. What is that? That's an old piece of magical white snake I had left over from last year. With it, you'll be able to communicate with the natural animal world. Oh, natural and animal world. You could find that quite helpful. He's already been speaking to one animal, which hasn't been addressed. Here's my old wand. I don't even know if it works anymore. Most of its power may be gone. You should know that wands are like pets. They've got to get to know you before they'll work for you. Just treat it with care and respect, and hopefully it will do something for you. You'd better get going, my boy. No telling what that confounded Mordak... Missed it. You go with it. Oh, you go with him, Cedric. Show him the way. Me? Yes, you. Don't be such a coward. Now go on. You'd better get started. Thank you, sir. I appreciate all you've done for me. I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty? Please don't call me Your Majesty, Cedric. It's much too formal. I'd like it if you'd just call me Graham. I'd be delighted to, Graham. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, the town. You might be able to find some supplies there. It's just over a little hill to the south. Not too far. Well then, let's get going, Cedric. So there we go. That's the intro to the game. Oh, it's doing that thing again. How did I get around it before? I don't know. Pikachu! Lovely to see you. I've got a problem if the game's not going to let me save. Ah, ha ha ha. Interesting. A detail slider. I wasn't expecting that. I guess that's the equivalent of a graphics slider. Save game. Right, that's how I save the game. As long as I have a way to save and load the game, that's fine. So interesting that they've got this bar up here. To choose your actions and what have you. Because that is clearly a major departure from the previous games. Also, look at the graphics. Like, I was saying before how as we were going through the series, each game seemed to improve on the graphics, but this is a huge step improvement. Um, I it's quite clear that they're using a more advanced graphical mode at this point. It's not just that the artists have tried very hard to make things look beautiful. They have more colours here. I'm pretty sure originally we just had 16 colours. This is a lot more than 16 colours. This is probably 256 colours if I had to guess. And I'm pretty sure the resolution of the game's gone up as well. I could be wrong. That might just be an illusion because there's so many more colours. You know, they can do much, they can blend things in much better, like the edge of this tree. But I think there's more pixels. What's broken already, sorry? Oh, you mean the save? Yeah, it's doing... So, usually, if you're playing a game in ScumVM and you click Control F5, you get this menu, and then you can save and load. But for some reason, in the last 2 King's Quest games, whenever I click save, it says this game cannot be saved at this time. Please try again later. That is only supposed to happen if you try and save a game when where the game itself wasn't designed to let you to save it at that point. So, like, in the middle of a cutscene would often be an unsavable point. Because this is, I should specify, this is a menu that is clearly added by the ScumVM engine. It's not part of the original game. So you can understand how, from the ScumVM point of view, they have to take into account... Come on, Graham, there's nothing here, let's go! You can understand from the ScumVM point of view how they would have to provide this menu whenever the player tries to open it, but they'd have to also take account of the fact that sometimes the game may well just not be in a state where it's savable, that it only valid to save in certain points. But the problem is, with these 2 most recent King's Quest games, it always does that, which is clearly not right. That's probably that's almost certainly a bug. But that's why I was saying, I can save it using the game's original menu. So that's okay. As long as I have a way of saving and loading the game, that's fine. Watch out! A poisonous snake! What there? We said the village is to the south. Another thing I'm going to attempt, I may regret this, but because the world is so much more detailed now, I am going to attempt not drawing a map. Because the reason I was drawing maps in the earlier King's Quest games, is because the maps were on a grid, and each area didn't necessarily look that distinct. I mean, okay, by the last game we did, they were starting to look a bit more distinct, but you know, it's very easy to see how you could just struggle to memorize those maps because everything looks the same, and there's no because it's all on a grid, there's no topology that you can easily... that your brain can easily understand to better understand it. Like, our brains want to think in terms of, you walk down this street and then at the end of it you get to a T-junction. You can turn left or right. If you turn right and you keep going, you'll eventually reach a crossroads. That sort of thing. It didn't have that quality because it was just large open fields on a grid. This game, I suspect, is going to have a map which is much more friendly to the human brain. So I suspect, because I'll presumably be able to remember, there's the town down in this direction. If I go north and then go west, I meet such and such. So, as I say, for that reason, I will probably at least attempt to do this without a map. At least at first. We are noticing a problem I think I flagged up in the previous game, which is getting worse still. And that is that, in fact, I may have even pointed out in the 3rd game. The more detailed the graphics become, the harder it is to know what you're supposed to be interacting with and what is just set dressing. Like, look at this screen. Look at everything that's going on here. How am I supposed to know which things I can interact with and are useful and which ones I can't? You know, you can't really do that. And there's nothing really drawing my attention to anything in particular at the moment. If you go on into town, I'll wait for you here. I had a nasty run-in with a dog once and I'd feel safer out here. Well, I can presumably talk to that individual. How goes it with you, good fellow? Not well, I'm afraid. This old wagon's always giving me trouble. Can I help you in any way? Thank you kindly, but I think I can handle it. Alright then, good luck. Thanks, with this wagon, I'm gonna need it. Okay, someone's running very quickly. Okay. May I help you, sir? The young man is too busy with another customer to be bothered by Graham. I'm interested in buying something. Let me show you some things. A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, what do you think? Well, right now I'm just looking. Thanks anyway. Sure, whatever you say. I'm just here to help. Help and take our money. Okay, well that's worth... Oh, look at the way they've actually done the interior of this shop. I only just noticed you can still see the town outside. I don't like this at all. Yeah, you can still see the town outside and the interior of the shop is in this little frame. Okay, so... hello, there's something on the floor there. Graham noticed a shiny silver coin lying forgotten on the street near the broken wagon. I mean... Bending down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street. Excellent. That calls for a save, I think. How was it that I could check? There was a way I could check our score, wasn't there? I've forgotten how I did that. I am convinced I found our score somewhere. There it is, 2 out of 260. Anyway, so the thing to note is that a clothes shop exists. I should probably write that down somewhere. Doesn't this have voice acting? I wish it did. No speech option there. Hold on, let me look it up quickly. Oh, released later in a talkie CD-ROM version. Oh. Hold on. Can I get that working? If I return to launcher, text-to-speech isn't what we have in mind. I guess this isn't the right version? Hmm. Just having a quick look. Yeah, looks like there is a version. Okay, here's what I'm going to do then. We're going to go for a early break quickly while I grab the talkie version of this and see if I can't get it set up. It will mean we'll have to redo the stuff we've just done, but like, you know, that's not very much stuff. I've picked up a silver coin. I'll put us on a proper intermission as well as running ads, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. Alrighty, we're back. I haven't tested this yet. So if we're testing this live, we'll have to see. So if someone's trolled me here, and this isn't what it claims to be, which ScumVM should pick up, but if they had, this would be the first we find out. Hold on, just double checking. I adjusted the volume, didn't I? Yes. This is the audio levels I used for the DOS version. There. So I assume that's going to be correct for this version as well. Sounds a bit louder. Oh my goodness, that is a lot louder, isn't it?
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
Yes. Oh well. We'll just have to make do. The only alternative I could do... I could do sound tests now and correct the volume. The problem with that idea is that I may have to like start the game multiple times to get it right, which we probably don't want to do. I'll just guess that we're looking at around there. Natsukashi? What's... No, yeah, Natsukashi. What's Natsukashi? Let me start the music I had going in the background again, and we'll continue. Thank you for being patient with me there. I know we don't usually stop so that I can reinstall the game. Where did my music go, actually? There it is.
Graham, watch out! Poisonous snake!
Blimey. I think that still sounds a bit on the loud side. I don't know about you. That would be a good reason not to have the music I had prepared going, because this area has music of its own. Rightio. Right, so let's quickly redo the one thing I'd already done.
If you're going into town, I'll just wait for you here. I had a nasty run-in with a big dog once, and I feel much safer out here.
Didn't I tell it to have subtitles and audio? Oh my goodness, that's still loud. Yeah, that's about right. Let me quickly save. Okay, we've got the same old problem. Oh, this looks higher quality. Save. LMAG 1. Right, forgive me one moment. I just want to check. Did I tell it to use both audio and subtitles? I did. Override global audio settings, text and speech, speech subtitles both. I don't know why it wasn't showing both then. Never mind. There's not a setting I can change in here, is it? No, not by the looks of it. What's that? Oh well. I've got to run and get matched with my other NR teammates. I'll be back later. Okie dokie, Pikachu. You take care.
May I help you, sir?
I'm interested in buying something here.
Ah, let me show you some things. A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, what do you think?
Well, right now I'm just looking. Thanks anyway.
Sure. Whatever you say, I'm just here to help.
So, where were we before? I was going to write down in my notes that
I don't like this at all.
that there is a clothes shop. Because I assume at some stage it is going to be in our interest to buy some clothes. I didn't speak to the person who owned the
Bending
car.
down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street.
That's a nice voice. Whoever voiced the narrator there. Right, none of the modern conveniences. I can't, like, double click on the edge of the screen and warp there. Ah, somewhere else we can go into. Is this a tavern? A pet shop?
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
The shipment of carving wood hasn't come in yet. What should we do?
If
Carpenters?
it's not in by tomorrow, I'll send you to the sawmill.
Okay, Papa?
Grandpapa,
Yeah, my darling?
can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play with her, but just be careful.
Alright, Grandpapa, I'll take care of her.
So this is one family, and every family member we've been introduced now has a distinct and quite strong accent. This gentleman appears to be have a German accent. The person that was
Papa, where did you put those new dog clothes Mama made?
Look in this trunk upstairs. I think I put them there.
I'll do that.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's supposed to be an Indian accent. And the little girl, I mean, that was just a like, I couldn't place it exactly, but that was just a generic American accent, wasn't it? I say generic, I suppose there's no such thing, but... That's a good point, because there are American accents that I would associate with certain areas, like the Deep South. And there are accents that I would... But then there's also just accents that I would
Papa,
just think of
Mama
as
wants
being,
you to
oh,
know
that's
that it is
America.
almost lunchtime.
I wonder what
Okay,
that
son.
accent
Now
is.
I'll be in soon.
Maybe that would be a Californian accent. I don't know. Because that's where, like, for example, Hollywood would be on the West Coast. And also, obviously, where the tech companies are in Silicon Valley.
This is a fine little toy shop you have here. You must be very proud.
Danke, son. I've worked very hard at it over the years. But you know, you need to really love it. And I do.
Are most of these toys your creations?
Yeah, most of them. But not all. Some my son made. Some I bought. Some I traded for.
You're very talented.
Danke, danke. Well, let me know if I can help you.
The little girl is more interested in her doll. She pays no attention to Graham.
Okay. I'll tell you what, that narrator's voice, that sounds almost like the sort of a voice I would expect to hear. Incidentally, I could be wrong, but that The narrator's voice, I think, probably is West Coast America. Am I making this up? I feel like it is. But it also sounds like the sort
I'm
of
going
voice.
to count up the cash receipts from yesterday, okay?
That's a good idea, son.
It also sounds like the sort of voice you'd expect to be like reading a children's story on like a children's TV show.
A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl.
Which perhaps tells us... Do you think they were going for a younger audience in this game? I actually doubt it. Based on the events of the previous games, I suppose they're not exactly family unfriendly, but I don't know, they don't strike me quite as children's games either, more just maybe family games, if you see what I mean, like a parent with their child, maybe. They probably inherited the sort of the like children's aesthetic from the fact that the series is based on fairy tales, if I had to guess.
Take a look around if you want, but we don't have any shoes to sell you right now. We sold our last finished pair yesterday.
Is that
Our
Canadian?
business ain't doing so good anymore, and we're getting too old to keep trying.
Is there anything I can do to help?
There ain't nothing you can do, short of buying us out. But like I said, if you want to look around, feel free.
Okay, thanks.
So what do they do here?
The old shoemaker wearily hammers tiny nails in a shoe sole. He doesn't even seem to notice Graham.
So they're shoemakers, that's a cobbler, isn't it? Okay.
This old dog doesn't appeal to Graham.
The dog doesn't appeal to Graham, okay. So far, this feels like a really quite a radical departure from the previous games. Am I missing something? Is it just those 3 shops? Let me go back into the clothes shop. I want to check the, the cloak.
May I help you, sir?
In the corner of the shop, draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick, fur-lined cloak.
That doesn't feel like an accident. So that wasn't much help. Look at that door. How does that open? I suppose they could put hinges at the extremities and that might work, like at the outermost part of the ellipse.
Ooh, if you follow this road along the river, you'll come to the town bakehouse. You might find something delicious. I mean, useful there.
What was the name of the town?
Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now.
It sounded like it said Baytel. I doubt that was the name of the town, but that's the problem with not getting the subtitles as well as the speech like we're supposed to be getting. I can't verify these things. Oh, hello, what have we found here?
See the road there? Back to the east is the town.
Yes, I know there's a town. We've just been there and there wasn't much to do. Bakehouse. Baker Bros. So, presumably this is where the bakers live.
Ooh, I'll wait for you here, Graham.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
Here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies.
Oh
Just
my
one
god, so
silver
wonderful.
coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
Well, we have exactly one silver coin.
The cat doesn't look very friendly at all.
Aw.
Delicious, mouth-watering custard pies lining the tables and countertop attract Graham's eyes and nose.
I must say, some of the voice acting is unfortunately a bit stilted.
Everything looks so delicious, it's hard to decide what to buy.
Everybody has that problem, but what a problem to have.
Those custard pies look most delicious.
Yes, they're made from a recipe handed down from our dear Mama and her Mama before her.
It's still hard to decide though.
Well, take your time, there's no hurry.
Graham waits to further bother the baker until a decision for purchase has been made.
I could buy one of these pies, I just wonder if that's going to help us. Well, I'd have thought the game wouldn't let us get stuck because we bought a pie when we didn't need to. Sorry, just updating my notes as we go.
Would you like a pie, sir?
Well, yes, actually I would.
That'll be one silver coin then.
Let me see if I have one.
Well, let me know if you do.
How do I use it?
It is but a common...
Sir, I would like to purchase one of your custard pies.
These pies cost one silver coin each.
I've got it
Stop
right
it,
here.
Mark.
Here you go.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Do people actually talk like that? Sir, I would like to purchase one of your custard pies. Right, we have a custard pie. Next thing I need to check. I think I heard the little ding of our score going up, but did it go up? Hang on. Where's our score gone? There it is. It did go up. Good. Goodness knows what we're supposed to do with a custard pie, but we have one. Hello, Chop Vegano. Lovely to see you. How are you today? I've not been having such a great time mental health wise, but otherwise I'm surviving. Thank you for asking.
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
Okay. What are they? A taxidermist? Looks like a tavern.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rub 'em out.
What?
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds. Don't worry, Graham. The innkeeper will soon put you out of your misery.
What is this? What on earth is going on? This was after I got the pie, wasn't it? Yes. Doing a drive-by wave before I hop out to work. Sorry to hear that, Almed. Thoughts of you, fan. Thank you, I appreciate that. And it's lovely to see you as always. Thank you for dropping by, Catholic. Hope work isn't too bad. Catholic is currently on a quest to reach 14 more followers. Whilst navigating the treacherous lands of Elden Ring, they're also quite fond of the Dark Souls series, having recently completed a first playthrough of Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. Perhaps they will return to that game once they have finished with Elden Ring? One can only hope. The Smarthy Hog Inn. Interesting. Is Smarthy a word? Hang on, my pen's running out. I'm probably going to have to change the ink. But for those that have been watching, that have been long-time viewers, you would know that I keep ink refills for the pen I take my notes with, so that won't take long. First thing, is smarthy a word, and if so, what does it mean? It appears to be a word. Tawny, dusky, dark. Interesting. Oh, it comes from Old English. I don't know how this is pronounced, but it looks like swart, meaning black. Huh. Well, there you go. Let me quickly grab a ink refill. There it is. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Just need to do the old swap around and we'll be golden. There we go. That's all sorted. Chuck that out later. And put this back. Right, where were we?
A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn.
Is that a back entrance to the inn, possibly to the kitchens? Or not? Unclear. Doesn't seem like it.
The side door is locked.
Okay. I wonder if that's an accident. Or if
Graham can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn door.
Okay. An unbreakable padlock. Goodness. Can we go through the...
Graham, don't!
Okay.
Too bad. Graham's swimming skills were no match for the mighty river.
That doesn't look like a mighty river. I mean, I don't want to seem dismissive of dangerous waterways, because yeah, waterways can be dangerous, particularly fast-moving water. But the water that's depicted here does not look like it could carry someone away far Not unless they were very unlucky and hit their head as they fell in or something. I mean, it looks like most grown people, if they stuck their arms out either way, would be able to grab both sides of the riverbank.
Ooh, stay away from those bees!
Okay.
A swarm of bees buzz around a hole in a rotted old tree. Graham notices a large stick lying on the ground near the old tree.
If I go for the stick, do I get bead?
Graham bends down and picks up the large stick from the ground.
No? Alright, well that's progress. I'm not sure what to make of the game so far. Both in terms of the change in style, but I'm also not sure how well or badly we're doing. Alright, can I go under the bees? I can go under the bees.
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
Okay.
The scraggly bushes of the dry brushland taper off to a hot, sandy desert as far as the eye can see to the west. To the east, Graham can see the sparse edge of Serenia's woods.
Interesting. So are we actually on a grid still? Like in previous games?
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill.
That's an anthill? That honestly looks closer to like a termite mound. I didn't think ants would build mounds quite like that.
A gypsy wagon can be seen in the distance to the north.
Okay.
Ooh, keep your eye on the gypsies, Graham. I don't trust them.
Not sure you'd get away with saying that today, but okay. Well, it's a complex issue, isn't it? What I mean more is that I'm not sure they would put dialogue like that in a video game today.
Within the gypsy encampment, Graham notices a tall, burly man who keeps a suspicious eye on him and Cedric. The sullen man doesn't appear to be the conversational sort.
Okay.
A steaming pot of stew bubbles over a small campfire near the gypsy wagon.
So what's the point of this place then? One has to wonder.
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
Okay.
The scraggly bushes of the dry brushland taper off to a hot, sandy desert as far as the eye can see to the west. To the east, Graham can see the sparse edge of Serenia's woods.
Why is that ringing noise? I hope we're not going to die of dehydration here. Hang on. I am going to try and go back and make sure that we can actually go back and that we're not lost in the desert already. Which would be hard since we're following the edge of a cliff, but still. No, we're good. I got suspicious when I saw two screens that looked identical. Something's going to stop us eventually. I'm sure we can't just keep going in this direction forever. I mean, they could implement that if they wanted. Instead of, since all these screens look identical, one thing they could do is just every time you reach the left hand of the screen...
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
Alright, we're going back. What was I going to say? They could just increment a counter every time you transition. That's not a good noise.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Dear.
Ooh, there's nothing.
I reckon this is on a grid. Like the previous games.
Well, there you are.
Don't worry.
Ooh, keep your eye on the... Ooh.
Hard to be sure, actually. They seem to have limited my movement to a degree where it is hard to tell. Oh, they're whittling, aren't they?
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madamushka.
I don't know who that is. Madam Mushka? I'll add them to the list. I do wish I had subtitles as well as audio. It's very annoying that I can't actually see.
A gypsy wagon is encamped here at the edge of the woods. On the side of the wagon, the words "fortune teller" have been painted.
It is very annoying that I can't actually double check the names of these people or places. Well, now this is interesting.
A graceful weeping willow tree grows beside a small pond created from her tears. In her branch-like arms she clutches a beautiful harp as a child would a cherished toy.
Miss Willow?
Yes?
You can talk?
Why, of course I can. What did you expect?
Well, I've never seen a talking tree before. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong, can't you tell? I'm not really a tree. I'm really a princess. You see, my fiancé and I were walking through this wood when a nasty old witch came along and was instantly charmed by my handsome prince. When he naturally refused her advances, she jealously banished him to a faraway land and turned me into a tree. Then she stole my heart.
Stole your heart?
Yes, she turned my heart to gold and took it away with her. The only way I can become human again is to have my heart brought back. Now, all I have to cheer me up is my harp. It's quite magical, you know. It plays the sweetest music you've ever heard. Now please, leave me alone in my sorrow.
Speaking of accents, that sounded like an American trying to put on a British accent. Gold heart for Willow. Enter at your own risk. Enter what at my own risk? Now you've got me intrigued. We'll look that way in a moment. Oh, could that be the prince?
Upon a fallen log sits a dashing young prince who looks very sad and confused.
Is that bird having a bath?
Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses, fetching blue eyes, and smooth creamy skin. Have you seen her anywhere about?
No, sorry, I haven't seen anyone like that.
That's what I figured. No one has seen her. I bet that a witch who lives in the dark forest had something to do with her disappearance.
I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her.
I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I'd better get back to looking for her. I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here. Thanks for your concern.
Given the conversation we've just had, it's quite surprising that Graham didn't make the link.
In a nearby tree trunk, an old wound has created a perfect bird bath. Graham feels the eyes of many creatures upon him as he follows a meandering path through the thick wood.
This is what I mean by, with the improved graphics, it's not clear what are items I can interact with and what aren't. For example, that mushroom was sticking out, I thought, quite visually from the surroundings, and so I thought, oh, we can pick up a mushroom. But I don't think we can. I think that is just set dressing. Interesting.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. I was just noticing your son's marionette. It's very interesting. Where did you get it?
It's grandson, not son, and I made it for him. Why do you care?
I just wanted to comment on its artistry. It's very well done. I don't suppose it could be bought.
If it could, the price would be very steep. I reckon you couldn't afford it. Now, leave me and my grandson be.
Okay. Would that be to give to the toy seller for some reason? I mean, I can't think of another reason we'd want to deprive the boy of his toy.
Sitting on a stool in front of his house, a young gnome happily plays with an exquisite marionette.
Why has that just disconnected? That is a concern. My VTuber model's frozen. I think that's because it's disconnected. Right, I do have internet, so at least the stream's still going. I just have no clue why this would have disconnected. Claims to be... Oh, yep, I don't know what went wrong, but it's resolved.
I don't like strangers trespassing in my house.
Is that supposed to be a Scottish accent? 'Cause I don't think it is, but I'm trying to place it. Hang on. Before we speak to Willow again, what was going on there? Is that just part of a plant? I guess so. It looked almost like a gnome hat, which is why I was wondering.
Please, don't bother me anymore. Let me weep in peace.
Okay. Right, we've been here before. I don't think I realised this was the direction we could exit in, though. Until now. I'm pretty sure we are on a grid still.
A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill.
Can I go back this way? Is this the direction we can travel in? No. Presumably if we free the princess we get the harp, I would assume. Not that I have any clue what we would want with said harp, but I'm guessing that's the thing. Right, does this take us to the screen with the snake? By any chance? No, it takes us back to the house. Which is fine. One thing I'm not liking about this game so far is even though the areas appear to be on a grid, there's a lot more instances of, oh, you can't travel in this direction. So they're like putting up invisible walls on the grid to control which areas you can travel between. Now, on its own, that's not so bad. But the problem is that in many cases... Well, I say it's not so bad. It could be... On its own, it's not the end of the world. I do think if you're going to do a grid-based design, you do want to generally encourage as much freedom of movement as possible. But on its own, it's not so bad. What makes it worse is that it's not actually visually obvious sometimes where your movement is restricted. So it's not until your character's walked all the way across the screen slowly that you suddenly realise that, oh wait, I'm not allowed to... That's the point. I can't speed up movement, can I? Oh, I can speed it up a bit. It's not until your character's walked all the way across the screen that you realise, oh wait, I'm not actually allowed to travel there.
Oh, I'm not going in there. Can't you read the signs?
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here.
Go if you want to. I'll wait here.
Oh, there's a frog. Okay, we have two directions, right and left. I like the sound effect for the frog.
These toads look too repulsive to catch.
Okay. Guess we'll go left. I have no idea. Suboptimal.
That old witch caught Graham totally off guard.
Was that supposed to be a pun? Was that supposed to be totally? What did I miss here?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm not going in there.
Come on.
Go.
And if I go to the right, do we have any more luck? Like there, for example, it wasn't clear that I couldn't go that way. Okay.
A small door built into the trunk of a large twisted tree catches Graham's attention.
It certainly does.
Graham tugs firmly on the door in the tree, but finds it securely locked.
Some sort of cabinet? Up with witchy supplies in?
That old witch caught Graham totally off.
Yes, yes. Okay, next question then. Does that always happen, or is it just bad luck? Because from the previous King's Quest games, they did have a habit of having random events that would just kill you outright. Which meant you'd have to load the game you'd have to save scum to progress, basically. Like, that's not... It's not that it was a matter of convenience, it was necessity. No, that seems consistent.
That old witch.
I'll try once more going the other way. This does make a difference whether it's random or not. If it's not random, then that means that we definitely need some sort of item or something to protect us. An invisibility cloak, something to reflect the magic. It is random. Alright.
That old witch.
Come on.
It's quite charming, is it not? This particular scene evokes a certain sense of wonder, much like Pikachu mentioned feeling nostalgic. One hopes they shall return soon. It's also very kind of Catherine to offer their well wishes before departing for their own endeavours. We trust their work proceeds smoothly.
Come on.
That old witch.
Of course, there is an alternative. It could be that it's a combination of a random event and some fixed locations she will always spawn. Hard to say.
That old.
Another possibility, actually, this would be particularly unfortunate, is if the random choice is made earlier than we had been thinking. So if, for example, at this point, it's already decided if I go here next, she will spawn. Nope. See, we're fine this time. Right, it is random then. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. So was that random? Or does she always spawn here? It's confirmed one thing. This path is a big circle. Like the right and left forks take you to the same point.
old witch.
This is seeming pretty consistent, isn't it?
That
I'm
old...
leaning towards... On this screen, it isn't a random event. One thing they could do...
That old witch.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that we can't go through here yet.
That old...
One thing they could do is for each screen give a different probability of her spawning, and on that particular screen they just set it to 100%. I think we've seen everywhere then. Hold on. Despite what I said earlier, I might actually draw a map. Or at least a partial map. This area is at least a lot smaller than in than the maps in most of the previous games. To the point that I'm actually going to draw it a little differently. I'm not going to bother having a separate...
Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
Okay. Well then. That was the baker's, wasn't it? Now, was it Willow over here? Gnomes were down from there. So that's the wagon, fortune teller. So what was down from here? Ants.
A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ant.
Bees. And then it's just desert, isn't it? Ah!
That wasn't a smart move, Graham. Bee seeing you.
Imagine being hired to read out all that dialogue. But we have walked past there successfully before, so...
A bully of a dog.
Ooh, Graham, that dog looks mean.
Alright. Won't go that way quite yet. See, the river is what blocks us for a lot of this. Now, I would like to get another quick inspection of the desert. I do have some... I am curious, for example, if I go down this way, presumably I'm allowed, I die
Too
immediately.
bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Is this some sort of joke? Was that bad luck or was that a joke? I was just thinking, because it might get me to the other side of the river. If I'm blocked by the river here, but I could go down from the screen on the other side and then go east again. No. Scorpion always
Too
kills
bad.
you.
Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Right, that's it. All of it then, I think. Yeah, got the whole map. So, the whole map that, so far as I'm aware, we currently have access to, I have mapped out. It is a lot smaller than in previous games. But the question... this unfortunately presents a problem, though. What do I do? Because in all the places we've been to so far, I've not found a solution to any puzzles. You know, I as far as I'm aware, I've been everywhere there's to go. I've spoken
Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
Maybe that's an indicator I should go back. Were they in the bakery? I've forgotten.
Ooh, I'll wait for you here, Graham.
I think that's the same cat.
Welcome back to our bakehouse. I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Dialogue is so stilted.
The Baker brothers seem to have a pet, a large mangy cat. The cat doesn't look very friendly at all.
Yeah, okay. I think it's quite nice the way they've done the interiors in this game. But I can't help but wonder why they did them that way. Why not just have a full screen interior that you enter and exit the normal way? It's... I don't know, I feel like I'm missing something. Just to verify, I definitely can't go this way, can I? I think I am restricted to the 3 buildings. Yep.
It's you again, is it? We still don't have any shoes for sale.
Okie dokie. I think we're going to go on a quick ad break, but as usual, I'll still be here to talk to if you either don't experience ad breaks or if you come back early. For everyone else, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Which surrealist artist described his works as hand-painted dream photographs? Find out when the ads end in about 3 minutes. I don't know, but when you talk about surrealist artists, the obvious thought is Salvador Dali. And I certainly think that would be a fair description of Salvador Dali's work as well. So what are the main problems we have written down to solve? Buying the marionette and getting the gold heart of the willow back. Incidentally, the symbolism of the Princess Willow having a golden heart wasn't lost on me. I could explore the inn again. It did seem off that they just like whack you over the head and that's game over. I didn't really understand what that was about. It's possible I missed something there. Another distinct possibility is in one of these internal spaces, one of these rooms, there may simply be an item that I need that I haven't picked up but I'm allowed to. Like, what about that thing on the shelf, whatever it is?
Business doesn't seem to be so good for the shoemaker and his wife. There isn't even one pair of shoes for sale, and the old couple look...
Oh.
Business doesn't seem to be so good for the shoemaker and his wife. There isn't even one pair of shoes for sale, and the old couple look tired and worn out.
That is odd when you think about it. In a medieval-ish town, I don't suppose we know the exact date this is supposed to be, but in a medieval-ish town, the local shoemaker is where people are going to be going to get their shoes, and their shoes will wear out. So, where is everyone getting their shoes from if not here? Salvador Dali famously described his paintings in this imaginative way. It was Dali then. I can't talk to people in the street.
A small toy shop fronts the town's cobblestone street.
I don't know. What do we think, chat? How can I progress? I just feel like I don't have a single lead. Can I go around here? Ah, is this an area I can go to? Because that wasn't immediately clear if it is. Nope.
The quaint little town of Serenia nestles at the base of a great snow-capped mountain range which rises sharply to the east.
Oh, the town's Serenia. How did I mishear that as, what did I write it down as? Town of Baitel. It's something that Cedric said, the owl, that I couldn't understand. So, Town of Serenia. Okay. What items do I have to solve problems? I have a custard pie, a stick, and a magic wand.
The old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it. It appears to be an average stick of wood. The custard pie looks delicious.
I mean, I could just offer the custard pie to random people, see if they'll take it.
Sitting on a stool in front of his house, a young gnome happily plays with an exquisite marionette. Graham attempts to speak to the young gnome, but the boy seems to be very shy and doesn't answer.
I don't take charity, young man. I got everything I need.
Interesting. I mean, the biggest lead we've had so far is the witch. The fact that the witch turned that princess into a tree. And the idea that somewhere on her property are... her heart, and if we return it to her, she'll turn back into a princess. But we stood no chance against that witch. She just zapped us every time we got close. I just don't have an answer to that currently. The stick might get rid of the dog, now I think about it. Trying to think with the items I know that I have, what might do what.
A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill.
But unless these are magic ants that kind of reward us, it's not clear what that would even achieve if it worked, even if it worked.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Antony the Great. May I ask who you are?
Why, certainly. I'm King Graham of Daventry, and this is my friend Cedric. We're seeking a way to cross the great mountains to the ocean on the other side.
That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would reconsider. But if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help, if perchance you may ever need it.
Thank you very much, King Antony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again.
Okay. I assume that was useful progress?
A colony of large ants parade up and down a huge anthill built amid some scrubby bushes.
Incidentally, ants have a queen, not a king. The males don't live very long, so the most worker ants are infertile females. At a certain time of the year, they produce winged females and winged males. The males mate and then die, and the winged females lose their wings after mating and then start a new ant nest. So the males actually have a very short life, and they certainly don't carry on living inside the ant nests. I mean, you never know, because you make I have no doubt there's hundreds, if not thousands, of ant species. There may be one that does things differently or something, but that's the general rule for how ants work. And so yeah, probably should have been a queen, but hey ho. Still not clear what I do with the custard pie.
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madamushka.
Gold coin, okay. Let me add that to the... Did I have that on the list of quests already? No. 1 gold coin to see Madam Mushka. Which again, I may be mishearing and mispronouncing because no subtitles. So how do I know?
A large ox, tied to the gypsy's wagon, peacefully munches on grass.
Are they using an ox to pull the wagon? That's unusual. You'll use oxes to pull plows, because they're strong. But I'd not heard of using oxes to pull wagons before. I guess that... Again, I've not heard of that, but I guess that if you had a really heavy wagon, I suppose you might. Normally you'd use a team of horses, but... I don't know, I guess if you didn't care about going anywhere quickly, why not? Can I talk to the bees?
These aren't very talkative bees.
I have a custard pie.
The bees could care less about it.
Okay. I think mean couldn't care less, not could care less. I don't expect this to go well, but we could make our way into the inn again and see if we can make any progress there.
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
Graham notices 3 rough-looking men huddled over the bar in serious conversation. Since they're talking in such low tones, Graham can't quite hear what they're saying. A flea-bitten old dog lies asleep in the corner.
You know that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rob him out.
Struggle as he...
Let's reload. I think just standing there might actually give us information. I think my mistake may have been trying to walk to the dog.
Graham notices 3 rough-looking men huddled over the bar in serious conversation. Since they're talking in such low tones, Graham can't quite hear what they're saying.
It is a pity that Pikachu had to depart, though their sentiment regarding the nostalgic charm of King Quest V is most apt. The visual presentation of this particular scene is quite captivating, wouldn't you agree? We trust Robert is managing well today and continues intriguing adventures. I'm surviving. Okay, here's a question. Why did I get a sort of lore dump from them last time, but not this time.
Graham noticed.
Oh, so I was going to say, what does talking in low tones have to do with how audible
You
they
know
are?
that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen,
Oh, why did you... Maybe he always addresses them.
You know that job we...
Gentlemen.
Okay, he does. I think initially I thought we were getting the "you know that job we did yesterday" dialogue. I thought that was unconnected to Graham speaking to them, but now I don't think it is unconnected. I think it is one interaction.
This is a side entrance of the quaint country inn.
Hang on. Where would they have hidden their stuff? In the barn? In the cellar, if that's where that goes. It might just go to the kitchen. They could have put it under the hay.
A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn. Graham watches with surprise as a contingent of ants marches into the haystack and begins to swarm through it.
That is surprising. Is this our reward for helping the ants? I wish ants in real life were this kind and this musical.
I'm glad to see there was a way that we could be of help to you. Look here. We found a golden needle in the haystack. I'd like to present it to you. Perhaps you can find a use for it.
Why, thank you, King Antony. I'm honored.
Good luck in your travels, King Graham. And be careful.
Thank you. We're not making much progress, given that we're 2 hours into the stream and I'm only 12 out of 260. We're not doing too brilliant. It has to be said. Now, what was the significance of a gold needle? I know I recognise that from a fairy tale somewhere.
This is a large golden needle.
I can't imagine it's going to help with the bees. Might help with the gnomes. Maybe. Not definitely. Hang on. Wasn't there a fairy tale about some shoemakers who had gnomes come in overnight and build them shoes? Or was it mice? Something along those lines. There was something about that. I don't remember what exactly. Or was it an elf? I think it might have been an elf now I come to think of it. And what was it about the golden needle? Listen to that drum, giving an almost military quality to the music. What is the other instrument though, the melodic one? I think it's supposed to be a string instrument because it sounds almost plucked, but I think it is ultimately a synth of some sort. I don't think it's a recording of a real instrument. I could be wrong. Do you have... Hang on, how do I do this? Do you have any interest in this gold needle?
I don't take charity, young man. I got everything I need.
Alrighty. Was it... Oh, what was it about the gold needle? Was that the needle that someone pricked themselves with and they fell asleep? Or was that a different fairy tale? I can't imagine it's going to get us past that snake. Hang on, can't I speak to animals? I thought that's something that, what was his name? The good wizard? Crispentha. Didn't he give me the ability to talk to animals? Can I just talk to this snake? No. Does a gold needle defeat a snake? No.
A large, venomous snake blocks Graham's passage to the east.
It's hard to imagine what's going to get rid of a snake. A big old bird could do it. In theory, we could have the whole charming a snake with a flute sequence again. We already did. Excuse me, we already did that in, wasn't it the last game? It was the last game, wasn't it? It was the Rosella adventure. Because the snake was guarding the magic fruit we needed for King Graham. So that's the clothes shop, that's the toy shop, that's the shoemakers.
It's you again, is it? We still don't have any shoes for sale.
Will this gold needle help?
The weary old woman has no interest in it. The shoemaker isn't even paying any attention to Graham. The weary old woman has no interest in it. The shoemaker...
Well, if anyone has any hints, I'd be happy to take some at this point.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
Is Katrina behaving herself, Papa?
She's fine, son. I got my eye on her.
Okay, but let me know if she's bothering you.
Yeah, my darling.
Why is it stopped? I don't think it's supposed to hang like this.
Can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder.
Alright, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her.
Huh, for some reason I had to click to advance the dialogue there.
I think it's in the small cupboard. Look there.
I think I skipped some dialogue there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind this, but how did I manage that?
Not wanting to bother the toy maker again, Graham instead looks around the toy shop. A child's wonderland of toys fills this quaint little toy shop. A child's wonder... A child... 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 A pretty little girl, who must be the toy maker's granddaughter, plays with a doll while grandfather looks on.
I don't know, I really don't.
May I help you, sir?
Not wishing to be put through another speech about fine shirts and trousers, Graham wisely keeps his mouth shut. The busy tailor shop bustles with activity as Graham looks around with interest at all the tailor's wares. In the corner of the shop, draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick fur-lined cloak.
Oh, we probably need that for exploring the mountains.
Here, let me help you with that. Oh, that cloak fits you perfectly. It just looks wonderful on you. Let me tell you, it will certainly keep you toasty warm during the coming winter. Let me know if you wish to buy it.
I don't like this at all.
It's a fine cloak. It could be very useful to a traveler like yourself.
So, I think I am supposed to buy the cloak. As far as the clothes shop is concerned, I think that's why it's here. That doesn't tell me about the...
You expect me to wear this?
The toy shop or the... shoemakers, though. May have to look up some hints online. I did notice there was that nest with bird eggs in. On the edge of the screen there, which was a nice touch there. Still, that doesn't look like something we can interact with. How about we go back and have a word with the good wizard? Interesting how some of the houses have thatched roofs, but the others have tiles. I don't think that would have been a thing. I think in any given area they would have just had one type of roof. And much more likely to be thatched than tile, I'd have thought. Not unless you happen to be in an area where you had the right type of stone readily available to make tiles out of.
A small cellar door is located under the house.
Ooh, don't bother with the cellar door. There's nothing there. Besides, it's locked.
Then why is it a thing in the game?
Don't be wasting your time coming in here. Young man, I've done all I can for you. Now it's up to you. Well, anyway, I'm not going to be here for a little while. There's an emergency I have to attend to in a neighboring land. I'll try to keep an eye out for you, but this is something you and Cedric are going to have to do yourselves. I wish you the best, King Graham.
I appreciate all you've done, Crispin. I'll be on my way now.
He said he's not going to be here. Does that mean we can search the house?
The door to Crispin's house is now locked.
Ooh, don't bother with the cellar.
A small well is located near the cottage.
Okay. Is that something we can interact with?
Curious, Graham gazes down into Crispin's well, but sees nothing of interest.
See, this is in direct contradiction to the previous games where if there was something like a well on the screen, then that absolutely was something you could interact with and would be important to solving the puzzles. They're obviously moving away from that sort of design. Alright, probably about time I look up some hints, unfortunately. Since I am stuck. I'm sure you don't want to see me here all day. I can't help but notice that the Great Desert is the first... Like, I'm looking at the... I'm on the Universal Hint System website, and the hints are general questions, colour maps, the Great Desert, the Witch's Forest, the town and nearby, and I've stopped reading there because I don't want to get spoiled anymore. But it does seem to imply that perhaps the desert is where I should be directing my attention. I don't care at all. Like, it's a puzzle game. It's a hard balance to strike. I don't think people would want to see me, like, have a walk through up on one screen and just follow the instructions from start to end. I think that people do want to see me at least attempt to the game, but on the other hand, you probably don't want to see me being absolutely stumped for hours on end. And I must admit, that is a problem I've had in the past. I'm often very reluctant to seek help. So I have, in the past, been stuck for hours on stream. So I'm trying to strike a better balance. So I'm gonna, for the moment, for the next 5 minutes or so, I'm gonna just go with the information that the Great Desert is probably somewhere worth my attention. That may not help. I may find that that isn't sufficient. Should that be the case, then I will go back to the hints. One problem we know we have is water.
Oh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert to the west.
But it should be noted that I'm pretty sure when we died of dehydration, I could be misremembering, I'm pretty sure the game said something about it's a shame you couldn't find an oasis. The significance of that being is they didn't say, oh, it's a shame you didn't have a water bottle on you. It does kind of imply that the solution to the desert is more like a maze and less of a I need to make sure I pick up a certain item first. Although another very salient question is, how do I know if I'm heading the right way? Like, how do I know if this is right or wrong? Well, it's changed. The background has changed. What is that ringing noise supposed to be? That's not changed. Alright. Whether that's significant or not, I can't say. Hang on, if I go down from here, do I get scorpioned
The
again?
hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
Alright, let's try and get back before we dehydrate. It should be just over here. Okay. Does that count? Are we out? I don't actually know how the desert dehydration puzzle works. I don't know, for example, if my thirst
There
level...
you are.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
I don't know if my first level resets, for example. So if I go south from here, we know...
The scraggly bushes of the scraggly...
Okay, we can't examine that bird. I know if I go south from here, a scorpion just kills us. That's the way it is. But can I go south from here? And is there any reason to do so? I'm guessing if I go east from here, I get scorpioned. The game won't let me go east from there. Interesting. Hang on, I'd probably better head back thinking about it, since... Again, I don't know if it's actual time we spend in the desert that counts, or if it's the number of screen transitions I go through, or what. Actually, maybe that's something worth testing. Thinking about it.
Well, there you...
Don't worry.
Let's just keep walking in one direction until we dehydrate. And the point of this experiment is to figure out, if it is a number of screens I get, how many is it? Also, when does the desert, in terms of the actual dehydrating puzzle, when does it actually start? Is it this screen? Or this screen? Let's assume it's this screen. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Oh, 5 was us getting the warning. I accidentally skipped the warning. 6. 7. Oh.
A small pool of water has formed in the space between the two rocks.
Drink.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
That's odd. 2, 3.
A spy! Get him!
5.
Never trust a bad
7.
guy, Graham.
Wait, what happened? Well, that's suboptimal. We know there's bandits out here, so that's presumably who attacked. I'll do the count again, I guess. So that's 1, 2. Hang on, I can turn up the game speed.
Looking to the south.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Okay, what have we found here? Was that about the default level? Speed, I mean. Oh, and I haven't saved either.
Looming majestically before him, the massive temple door beckons tantalizingly to Graham.
Can we enter?
Open sesame!
The temple door won't open. Perhaps there's something missing.
Is that a Pegasus? Looks like it. Okay, I can't go to the sides. One. Two. Three. Four. Five. Six. Seven. So 7 would be a maximum range.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Okay. Hang on. Can the wand open this? Now I think about it.
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
It dies? Oh no! One. So I'm assuming there might be more out here in the desert. And so the challenge we have before us is just mapping it all, basically. Let me turn the speed up again. Okay. Am I not allowed to go this way? I am. Good. I don't know if going back to where the temple was is going to reset our first or not. It hasn't. That's a problem.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink?
I have an idea, actually. Make sure I drink here. And I've turned the game speed up already.
Life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Water is not the nectar of the gods. In mythology, I mean. Where was I? This should mean that we can explore much more rapidly. It's quite understanding that Peachy felt a sense of nostalgia. This particular scene does possess a certain classic charm. We do hope they shall return anon. Regarding the game's nature, it is indeed a delightful puzzle adventure, is it not?
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
As dumb as it seems, we basically just need to repeat this a few more times, going in different directions to try and map everything out. Because there might be something more here, or there might not. How do we know until we explore?
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Still nothing. I have a save back at the temple, don't I? Yeah, I do. So I can save over this one, just to save us a bit more time. The interesting thing is this form of exploration is going to end up producing a triangle shape.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
Or they would have done, but we just found this, so this is a new point that we can explore from.
Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
The question is, what direction do we go in from here? I guess I continue heading back this way. And complete the bits of the map that we're missing, as it were. Right, if I'm not mistaken, the next screen is out of the desert. Indeed. And this is the only other one we don't have. Yep. So that's confirmed. So 1, 2, 3... 3 west, 1 south. And we're back at the oasis.
The huts.
It works.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
But what do I do with this? Wow. I guess I did what I was doing before. Which is to say, I head down one and then I check east and I check west. And then I repeat that. Filling out the map. What else can I do? I will get to the scorpion screen going this way, thinking about it, which is less than ideal. But that's fine. So essentially, for those that aren't following, this whole desert area, the point is it's on a grid, all the different scenes, and most of the scenes look the same deliberately. But they're not actually all the same.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can...
Inside the grid, there are specific spots that aren't... that are actually more interesting, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm just exploring.
Uh-oh. A picked clean and sun-bleached skeleton lies in the sand of the hot, dry desert. What happened? Who can say? But it makes Graham uneasy nevertheless. The scorching sun burns down on the dry desert as Graham struggles through the hot sand. He looks around, but all he can see is more desert. Uneasily, Graham reaches down and removes the old shoe from the desert sand.
Tell me more. It may actually be worth going back to the oasis here so that we can save that progress in.
The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun.
So 1, 2...
The hot...
3.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Good. Let's keep going. So again, we're going to carry on exploring. The problem is, without any sort of hints from the game as to where we should be going, the only thing we can do is just systematically explore. Like, there's just not an alternative. So we are going to die repeatedly. But that's part of the game. There we go. Another oasis. Another very irritating problem we're going to run into, I think, is how do I know when I've explored everything? How am I going to know when we're done here? Oh well. Sorry, I stopped for a moment as I had to think about where we should be searching next.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Right, I think next we actually want to fill in a little gap. There's 2 screens here that we haven't seen yet that are like gaps in the grid that we've been filling out. I'm not expecting to find anything here. It's just about being thorough. How do I know there's not something here? Right, those are the 2 screens we didn't have. So that's a portion of the grid filled out now.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Wonderful news. I probably don't need to save again actually because we didn't find anything. So let's go up and then let's start exploring to our west. Again, I'm not necessarily expecting to find anything, it's just until we look we don't know.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
The water drinking chapter. I'm enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Right, I think there's at least one square we haven't explored up this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
That's
If
absolutely
only he
fine.
could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
That's actually... I know you can't see the map I'm drawing, but that's actually... that's filled out like a big gap that was in the map. Now the only areas that are unexplored is the area I'm about to explore to our west, and then everything else is to the south of here, which simplifies things a lot. It simplifies things a lot because in terms of the explorable space, you have to think in terms of the distance you can travel from an oasis. Is always at most 7 squares, and we're doing oh, what's it called? Is it a Chicago? What's it called? There's a name for this where you can't do diagonals. Like, so to go diagonally has a cost of 2 because you have to go say down and then left. Manhattan distance. Thank you, Omaha, and lovely to see you, Omaha. Yeah, this is all Manhattan distances, and so the point is, by some of these oases are essentially becoming redundant. I don't have to worry about exploring from them anymore, because there are other oases which are closer to every other point I haven't explored yet, if that makes sense. You're very welcome. Omaha. Omaha, a most intriguing streamer, appears to be a veritable cornucopia of gaming delights. One moment they are traversing the alien-infested realms of Contra 3, the next they're embarking on a quest with Johnny McQuest. The channel promises a delightful melange of retro and modern games, all served with a side of engaging conversation. Johnny McQuest. Wasn't there a TV series called Johnny Quest that used to be on Cartoon Network late at night? It looked like one of those old TV series that the Turner Network had bought the rights to, or at least the right to broadcast. So again, as I say, like, it is literally part of the plan here that poor Graham is going to die occasionally. That is just part of the mapping process. Unfortunately, that's the way they designed the game. So
the hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
So right now, what we are effectively doing is dismissing all of these scenes, all of these squares, as I was calling them. Because I'm picturing it as squares on a grid.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Right, so that's that direction dismissed. Now we go down one, I save again, and then we try east and we try west and we see what we find. There was a TV show called Johnny Quest, which is why I used Johnny McQuest as a stream title as a pun. I was playing Silksong. Oh, I see. How are you getting on with Silksong? I'm pretty sure we discussed this a while ago, but that was a while ago. How are you getting on? If you don't mind my asking. Oh my goodness, I've just noticed it's already time for another ad break. Well, nearly.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
I'm sure. As I say, this is A-OK.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
We just go back and then we try the other way. And as we do, I map it all out. It's going well, I'm making progress. It is a very good game. However, I'm doing many side quests and exploring, so it's taking me quite some time. Oh, that's nice. I seem to remember the first game didn't have lots of side quests. Like, there definitely were some, like the flower one. And the, well, the Colosseum doesn't quite count as a side quest, does it?
The sands are taking their toll on Graham.
You could argue it was a side quest to explore the area where you get your first spell in the...
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an...
Oh, I suppose the stuff to do with the... the... What was it called? It's not Soul Blade, is it? I've forgotten the proper name. The Dream Blade? Dream Nail, that was it. I suppose that was all a quest in the previous game, but I don't remember there being lots of side quests. I have seen, or rather heard, this version of the game with all voiceovers. Were you given the option to use on-screen dialogue as in previous quests? Good question. I booted this up. We'd gone through the whole intro and had reached the first town when Pikachu said, "Hang on a minute, isn't this supposed to be voiced?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know." I didn't have the option to turn voice on, and I looked it up, and it seems I had the non-voiced version of the game installed. So we actually took an ad break while I went and installed the talkie version. Fortunately, we were right at the start of the game, so it, took me like 2 minutes to get back to where we had been. But as a result of that, we seem to have lost the ability to have text on screen, which I don't like. ScumVM is supposed to provide you with the option to have both text and speech, and indeed I have set that setting on, but for some reason it doesn't work. But then again, there's also things like, if I go to the ScumVM menu and click save here, it says this game cannot be saved at this time, please try again later. I have to go through the in-game menu. So I kind of just get the sense that the ScumVM support for this game isn't perfect. Which is probably why I'm not allowed both on-screen dialogue and voiceover. But
the hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
That was a bit of luck. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do something unorthodox, and I'm actually going to go back here quickly. Hang on, how is that? That is where I want it to be, isn't it? And I'm actually going to quickly explore this way, even though we just found an oasis, just so I can rule a bunch of places out as another oasis spot.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
It's what I was saying before about how certain oases based on Manhattan distances will rule out other oases. If you see what I mean. Oh. Well, this is something. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could this be a snake charmer's hut by any chance? We'll be back for that.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Now that's interesting. You know when we went to those tents
Graham collapses and
just
dies
now?
of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Going
if
to
only
the...
he could have found an oasis. Dying for a...
What was I saying? Going to the tent did not cost us a hydration, which is counterintuitive. That means that Manhattan distances don't quite work. Which is fine, I merely note it.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
It means, for example, if I'd been smart about it, I could have reached this point with one more hydration point, and then I could have got one spot further.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
So going here is essentially free. So I'm going to get one further to the west this time. But there's nothing
Too
here.
late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
But that's okay.
If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham? The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for...
As pointless as this may seem, we are actually filling in the map. We are actually clearing out a bunch of possible spaces where they could have, the developers could have put stuff.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for... The hot sun and... Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Okay.
If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
This is a fairly big deal because I have just found what is most likely to be the western extremity of the desert. It would be in theory possible for there to be a way to get further westward, but if such a way existed, it would require us to discover a series of oases to the south that allow us to to go south and then sweep round west, if that makes sense. There doesn't appear to be a direct way that further west from where we are.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Alrighty. Next question. If I go to the place where the tents are, can I get to the oasis I found before? I think I just barely can. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 movement from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I can go back the way I came. Okay. So what I was trying to figure out in my head just then is, you know, I was talking about Manhattan distances, and the fact that from any given oasis there is a set distance we can travel. Well, in some cases, what the developers have done is they've put 2 oases, the maximum Manhattan distance we can walk apart. Meaning, on the square where you would normally die, you suddenly encounter the oasis. That's all well and good, but if I'm trying to get to a different spot, a spot where there isn't water, so far as I'm aware, then I can only travel half that distance. I have to be able to get there and back to an oasis to avoid, in whatever the maximum distance is, to not die, essentially. And so the question I just had was, okay, I know that these tents exist, but if I go to the tents, how do I get back and not die? And I think I know the only oasis I can actually do that from. I think I know what I have to do. But just in case, let's save this under a different save.
There doesn't seem to be any activity within the smaller tent. 2 tents sit silently in the desert, apparently deserted for the moment. A large clay jar full of water stands by the campfire.
Oh, there is water.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Trouble is, that just invalidates a bunch of my exploring, since that means that not only... Since that means that now I actually can go far more westwards than I could before. Oh, this is what I meant about that part of the problem's going to be when do I find everything that's in the desert? Because if I know for a fact that developers are putting some useful points literally the maximum distance away from where you're standing that you can go without dying, then unless I explore every single possible square in the desert, then how do I know that I haven't missed something? Perhaps something that I need. It's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. It means essentially what I'm getting at is I have to do an exhaustive search. What I think I'll do is we'll go on ad break now, but I will probably continue to search during the ad break. Just if I find anything interesting, I will. I'll stop and wait till you're back. And to tell you what, let's search that tent first, if I'm allowed. Maybe I'm not allowed.
An intruder!
That wasn't a very smart move, Graham.
Okay. Oh, and I am allowed in here. Oops.
Assorted odds and ends clutter the inside of this small tent. Assorted odds and ends clutter the inside of this small tent.
Can I take anything? Not by the looks of it. I wonder why I'm allowed in there at all. As I say, I'm going to continue exploring the desert. If I come across anything interesting, then I'll wait till the end of the ad break. Yeah, I am allowed in that direction. I assumed I would be. Right, so see you all in... Those that aren't still here, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Which I suppose is a pointless thing to say since you wouldn't have heard me say it. Okay.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
This is the farthest west we've ever got.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
In the shadowy
If only he
corners,
could have found an oasis, dying for.
in the shadowy corners of El Magnifico Games' chat, a tale of gratitude and questioning unfolds. Omaha, a tip of the hat for the shout-out, reminisces about Johnny Quest while delving into the depths of Silksong. Side quests and exploration stretch time like a rubber band. What does that mean? Meanwhile, Nightbot offers a safe haven in the digital fog, and Chot Vegano nods in silent approval.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll.
Oh. I can't explain that. We shouldn't have been hit by that so soon.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis, dying for a.
That save wasn't before we're drunk, was it?
Ah, life-giving.
If that happens again, then I'm going to suggest that the developers have cheated in some way and made it so that under certain circumstances you lose a load of hydration more quickly than you should. No, we seem to be doing it this time. That save must have been before we drank. I don't know how else to explain that.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink.
Hold on. I'm going to end up with loads of saves that are just in the desert, aren't I? And which, and I'll have no idea where they actually are. You know, when it comes to reloading.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he...
Oh, are we back from the ad break? We are. Welcome back, everyone. Nothing much happened.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Right.
If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink?
That did rule out a bunch of possible locations, so that was worthwhile. Yes. So I'm just thinking about saves. Where I want to have them.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Good.
Too
That's
late.
A bunch more
Graham
places ruled
collapses
out.
and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying. The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must
Good.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
I am indeed in the desert now, Pikachu. How are you? How did your stream go? Lovely to see you as always. So we're doing an exhaustive search of the desert because we don't know what is in the desert. We don't know how much is in the desert. We don't know at what point we need to stop. So all I can do is just keep doing what I'm doing. Getting to the very limits where Graham dies. And then reloading and starting again.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
I did indeed die, Pikachu. We've been doing a lot of that. But as I say, it's death by design. The problem is
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink?
The trouble is, in some cases, the developers have literally put points of interest the maximum distance they could be. Meaning, you would die if... As in, you cross a... You can count the number of screens you're allowed to travel until you die, and on the screen where you would expect to die, it turns out there's actually an oasis. And so for that reason, I have to explore the desert this way. I have to keep going until the point where Graham dies. There is no real alternative. I feel like there was a certain path. I've certainly found no path. We have a lot of the desert mapped by now, incidentally. A lot of it.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
I don't know how much there is, but I find it hard to believe there's much more than we've already explored.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Okay. So we go down one more. Oops, sorry. We save again. How did your stream go? Oh, also, if anyone here isn't following Pikachu already, I would thoroughly recommend it. She is a lovely streamer who is playing... Well, she was most recently playing Night Rain, wasn't she? Pikachu, or Piku as they are affectionately known, is currently navigating the treacherous realms of From Software games. The journey through Dark Souls 3 and Lies of P is fraught with challenges, but they invite you to join them in their trials. Fridays are reserved for cooperative adventures, including Dark Souls 2 and Night Rain. There's a moderate chance that we'll be bringing back the adventure gaming with Pikachu on Fridays. I don't want to speak too soon, but it is looking like there is a moderate chance starting next Friday we will be...
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
We will be going back to doing some more cooperative puzzling with her. Beat one big boss and had to quit out before the second big boss. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst.
That is rubbish. Having to quit out early, I mean. I really hope we don't find another oasis.
Taking their toll on Graham. He must.
The problem with oases is that they mean that suddenly a bunch more locations in the desert are accessible. So every time we encounter an oasis, that means, oh wait, there's a load more I need to explore.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could.
Time constraints, I know. Right, this is actually as far south as we've ever been.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
I'm sure they are. So far, the south of the desert has been pretty lifeless.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he...
And east?
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Nothing?
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Right, so this is new territory. We've never been this far south before. I wonder if I can find the path online. It'll be very interesting to know if you can, although I would say the real question is, how would I have known the path? Without mapping it out myself, how would I have known?
The hot
Supposing I had just bought the game in, what year was this? Was this 1990? Supposing I had just bought this game in 1990 and I wasn't prepared to pay for one of their hint books or contact the hint line, how would I have known the path? I mean, I fully comprehend
Graham collapses and dies of extreme...
that once I have successfully mapped all this out, I will know where all the oases are and I could produce a path that would work.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on...
And then for any subsequent playthroughs of this game, I could just use the path that I happen to know works. But that all presumes that...
Too late.
or that all relies on the fact that I've mapped it out before.
The hot sun and choking... Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot...
You'll notice that we're getting less and less far to the east and the west each time. That's because we're getting near the end of... we're getting near the maximum distance that Graham can travel. Which means we've nearly exhausted the southern part of the desert. Provided we don't suddenly discover that there's a...
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst.
And an oasis over here, then we can consider the south explored. Yes.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert.
Look, it seems like the map is set and not random. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be horrible. Well, then again, I mean, as long as it's set for any given playthrough, why did I not choke to death? We shouldn't have made it this far. There we go.
Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
What was I thinking? Yeah, I suppose it doesn't actually make that much difference in the sense that as long as it was fixed from at the point at which you start the game, I'd have to map it all out anyway, so I suppose it wouldn't make that much difference. But I know what you mean, it would be a big shame for speedrunners if the desert was randomised each time. It would pretty much ruin the game for speedrunning. Right, to the north here should be an oasis if my map is correct. And every other point that could exist in this desert is going to be faster to reach from here than...
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Than from any other oasis. There are lots of maps online.
The hot sun and choke. Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Did I count properly? I wasn't expecting to encounter that quite when I did. I expected to encounter that soon, but not quite that soon. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was it really the next one?
The hot sun.
I miscounted. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, then the deadly scorpion is in the location that I expected it to be. I didn't know for certain that there'd be a deadly scorpion there. I just suspected there would be.
Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
3.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
So I'm anticipating another scorpion going this way. On the next screen. There is.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Rightio. That's good. We're narrowing the possibility space quite quickly now for there to be, you know, other stuff. Something here. See, this is why the thorough search is unfortunately necessary. I wouldn't have found this otherwise.
A small well. Graham's hot, thirsty body is irresistibly drawn to it.
There's actually water down there. Oh dear.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
You know what this means, don't you, everyone? This has just expanded the area we can explore quite a lot. It does, however, make the previous oasis we were at redundant. There's nowhere that we could get to from the previous oasis which we can't get to from here as well. So we only have to travel, that's not an oasis, it's a well. We only have to travel from the well. A sad well. Well, to a thirsty man in the desert, it's probably not very sad, but yeah. It means more exploring for us.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
This, incidentally, was one of the previous squares that had been like at the limit of the map. We weren't able to explore past it. Now we can. Next one I think should be the scorpion. Yep.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
I wonder
Too
how the
bad.
developers
Even
chose
the
where to
sting
put
of such
the
a small
oases.
creature can prove deadly.
Did they just dot them about almost randomly and then just decide afterwards? Or check afterwards rather that the player could get to all the spots they wanted them to be able to? Or was there more of a system to it than that? I wonder. Let's save here quickly, so I don't have to do all that walking again. Very nice. We do need to check this way quickly, right? Because we're now starting to get areas to our west that we haven't explored before, because they were so far to the east of where we could previously reach that we couldn't have reached them.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink. Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Welcome
if
back,
only he could have
Pikachu.
found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
It is most sensible to seek out maps for such an extensive desert region, a prudent strategy for this particular puzzle adventure.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Right, I'm expecting a scorpion going this way. Yep.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Well, we've nearly exhausted the desert again. One nice thing is because of the way I explored to the west previously, going down diagonally, I don't have to explore to the west now because I've already done it.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink and...
Right, next screen should be the scorpion screen.
Too bad. Even the sting of such a small creature can prove deadly.
Okay.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink.
Interesting triangular patterns.
Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying.
This exploration creates.
The hot...
So, if I've done this correctly, I should only be able to go here and one further before we die of dehydration. Yep.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying.
We've nearly done it, everyone. Right, there's literally only one more scene
Graham collapses and dies of
that we in theory have access to that we haven't explored. There we go.
Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst.
That's
in
the
hot
Great Desert
sun.
fully
If
explored.
only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Alright, we've got the desert explored. Now what? We know about the temple. We found the shoe and we found the tents. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how much that helps. Let's go back to the tents, I think. That's directly to our west, isn't it? I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the maximum distance. Thank goodness my map was correct.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
I'm wondering if they've got something here that's going to be helpful for getting into the temple. That's the only thing I can think.
Assorted odds and ends clutter the inside of this small tent.
Why would they have made this an interior space if there was nothing to do in here? Like, why would the artist have even bothered to draw it, if you see what I mean?
Assorted two tents sit.
An intruder!
That wasn't a very smart move, Graham.
Yep, I can check the items. I have a custard pie, a golden needle, an old shoe, just the one, which isn't in very good condition, because it's been through the desert, and I have a magic wand, but the magic wand doesn't work right now. We've been told magic wands are like friends, and you have to build up a relationship with one before it will work for you, or something like that. That's what the wizard said. I could take that back to the shoemakers. It's the only plan I have, really. Alright, let's make our way out of here. Fortunately, now I have a map. It's not too bad. As you can see.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we can make that. I was debating between two possible oases to visit next. See, that's what I was saying to Pikachu earlier about paths and maps. As far as I can tell, there's like no way via the game world I could have been told where I need to go. But once you actually have the map, it is
really... The hot sun and choking sands are taking the...
It's really easy to like, you know, just see the way you need to go. Just see like, oh, you go one north and then you go so many east. Like if I were to tell people where to go now, who wanted the hint, I could just say, well, go to this screen, then go this many east and this many north. Right, we should be... Next screen, I think. We should be out of the desert. We are. And no scorpion.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Those bees are deadly, though. So I do need to be wary of that. I have no idea what the shoemakers are going to say when I show them a very old shoe in poor condition. If it's one they made, they may even know who used to own it. Hopefully not a relative of theirs. But short of that, I don't know. Oh my goodness. It's a manipulate everything raid. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So welcome raiders. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. I play old games and I play new games. I play games that require you to think, and I play more actiony games. Currently, I have a playthrough of 2 games on the go. King's Quest V, which you can see in front of you, which is an old Sierra point-and-click adventure game. I also have a playthrough of Elden Ring on the go, which we'll be getting back to on Monday. There's a very good chance, I can't promise this, but it looks quite likely that Pikachu and I are going to start Split Fiction on next Friday. Again, I don't want to absolutely promise that because things can get in the way, but that's looking quite likely. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. How did your stream go, Constance?
It's you again, is it? We still don't have any shoes for sale.
Let's see if they're interested in the old shoe.
The weary old woman has no interest in it.
She doesn't. What about what about him?
The shoemaker isn't even paying any attention to Graham.
You don't care about the old shoe. Who is going to care about the old shoe if not the shoemakers? I am utterly lost at this point. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Sorry, the chat doesn't update on the iPad, sadly. The stream went well, thank you. Excellent to hear. Good evening, dear viewers. Allow me to introduce you to Manipulate Everything, a most delightful streamer. They are currently engaged in a charming Inktober challenge, where they create art and sort music while sharing their thoughts with the chat. The streams are characterised by a relaxed atmosphere with a touch of silliness and goofiness. Do join them for a jolly good time. Oh, it's going slow, but it's nice to hang out. That does sound nice. What art are you... Well, you don't have to answer this if you'd rather not, but what art are you working on? What medium do you use, and what pieces are in the works? Again, if you're happy to discuss it. I'm tempted to go back to the hints website and see if I can get more of a clue as to what I'm supposed to be doing now. It's a painting of acrylic. I'm getting some prompts to paint by the chat. It's just one artwork with a bunch of things on it. That does sound fun. Very, very nice. Yeah, I mean, it'll be, if I get the chance, it'll be very interesting to see once it's finished. I do have a gold needle. Who uses needles? I mean, a lot of people use needles. The cloth makers, the people that make the clothes will use needles. I suppose technically the shoemakers, but they wouldn't. I'm not sure if they would be called needles, because they might be, they might not be, because whatever they would be using would have to be a lot sturdier.
May I help you, sir?
How are you doing, El Magnifico Games and Pikachu? To be honest, I haven't been having such a great time, having some pretty bad mental health. PTSD was hitting me pretty hard yesterday, and to an extent this morning. But, I mean, otherwise I'm fine, I'm physically healthy, thank you for asking. How have you been?
I don't like this at all.
Having some cabbage for lunch. What are you up to?
My golden needle! Wherever did you find it?
It was in a haystack by the country inn.
By the inn? Oh yes, I remember visiting there not long ago. Oh, vulgar man, that innkeeper. He has no scruples at all.
Well, I'm glad to see you've got your golden needle back.
Thank you, Pikachu.
I wonder, could you possibly see fit to give me the wonderful cloak in exchange for it?
The cloak? Well, why not? It's yours. For the price of a golden needle.
You do realise he's effectively bought back his own property.
I'm sure it will. Good luck. Au revoir.
Oh, wonderful.
This fine cloak is thick and warm.
Unfortunately, this is the bad kind of progress in a video game, in the sense, or in a puzzle adventure game, in the sense that yes, I have just made progress and that's fantastic, but in another sense, it hasn't directly led me on to doing anything else. It's like dead end progress. I'm sure the fact that I have this cloak is going to come in useful later, but because I don't have a use for the cloak right now, or if I do have a use for the cloak right now, I have no idea what it is. I'm basically a few points up in terms of the game's score, but otherwise where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope streaming helps take your mind off it. Thank you, I appreciate that. My cabbages. Avatar? Oh, did the avatar freeze for a second? You have a pie and a shoe. Yes. How have you been, Constance? Yeah, I have a magic wand, but if you can... But, I mean, I can't use it yet, it would seem, so far as I can tell. It doesn't seem to like me enough yet to let me use its magic. I obviously have the cape. I have the shoe, but the shoe is in a terrible condition.
The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun.
Oh, did you notice that? There was actually some nice attention to detail there on the part of the developers. Listen to the music when I click on this again.
The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun.
It got quieter. They thought of that one. They thought of what happens if the music is louder than the voiceover, and so they dynamically had the music volume go down. Now that might not sound very impressive, and sure, from a technical perspective it isn't that difficult, but you've got to remember, of course, that they wouldn't know which piece of music is playing when I click on an item in the inventory, because I could be in any area in the game. So they obviously implemented that in a generic fashion, you know, in the sense that the game has a concept of music playing, and whatever music is playing, they can turn it down. Which isn't that surprising, because they have the sliders... Well, they have one slider for volume here, actually. Yeah, they have one... So, ScumVM, the engine I'm using, happens to let me turn down just sound effects or voice or what have you. But actually, in the original game, it looks like you couldn't have just turned down one or the other. Interesting. Anyway, where were we? What is happening? I'm just existing, neither good nor bad. Well, I feel... There are two things I feel when I read that. The first one is, yeah, I get it. It's not great to constantly feel meh, which I think is what you're describing, but I am pleased that you aren't suffering. You know, at least there's that. No, the reference to cabbage was from Avatar, The Last Airbender. Oh, I see. Cracked and dry leather shoe. Yep. What do I do with a cracked and dry leather shoe? Oh, I understand that, thank you. I can't combine items, can I? Unclear. This game actually has an interface that would let me combine items, but I don't know if the developers thought of that. In any of the King's Quest games up till now have we been combining items? You know, I've got a feeling we did have to do that at least once, but I've forgotten when. Anyone else you can talk to in the town? Not that I'm aware of. There's the toy shop owner, there's the... obviously the clothes shop. We've already completed that one. There's the shoemakers. And that's everyone I'm aware of.
Come on in. Look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
And that's all he says.
I haven't forgotten it.
Oops. Oh well. I was cycling through my actions, and that also counts as, like, skip the dialogue.
Yeah, my darling?
Can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play mid-air, but just be careful.
Alright, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her.
So that's as far as in the town is concerned. There's a bunch of people outside of town I can speak to. Also thinking, quick question for you, Pikachu. I was briefly touching on this earlier. What accent does the narrator have? Because I was speculating, I think that is actually a West Coast American accent, but I don't know, because, you know, like, I don't get exposed to American accents that much. Well, I do, through television, but, like, not... I wouldn't necessarily know where a specific American actor is from, if you see what I mean. Like, I wouldn't be as familiar with regional American accents as I would anticipate an American would be.
The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun.
No, I take it back. That's not West Coast, is it? That actually sounds slightly southern to me. Now I think about it. I said West Coast earlier, but I don't believe that now.
This fine cloak is thick and warm.
Yeah, that's not deep south, is it? But that's like a little bit south. How far off am I? I see some items you can look at. Do you look at everything in the toy shop? Yeah, like south. Yeah, maybe a bit southern. Let's have a look. I know there's the
If
fish.
it's not in by tomorrow.
Okay, Papa?
A child's...
Yeah, my darling? Now...
Alright, Grandpapa.
I wish I could cancel all this, like, automatic dialogue. It was sweet at first, but now it's just getting in the way of me making progress.
A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl. A child's wonderland of toys filled. A child, a child, a child, a child, a child, a child, a child.
I did that earlier and got the, oh, a child's wonderland of toys is before you.
Graham notices a strong little sled hanging on a side wall.
Ah.
That's a fine sled, isn't it? Any child would love to have it.
I can't take the fish, though.
The little sled has captured Graham's interest.
Captured Graham's interest. That's code, isn't it? That's code for you should be trying to acquire that. Okay, let me cross off by cloak and add by sled. I'm pretty sure I know what item to give the toy shop owner, because we asked the toy shop owner earlier in the game whether they made all their toys, and they said it depends, or it varies. Most of the toys I built myself, a few of them I traded for. So that tells me that he would be interested in acquiring new toys. You know, which isn't obvious. If you own a shop that sells, you know, one product, it's not obvious that you would want to buy that product yourself on, like, an individual basis, if you see what I mean. Like, I mean, sure, they might buy toys wholesale if they were just a retailer. But, you know, it's not clear that someone walking in there with a toy to sell to them would necessarily be something they'd be interested in, but they are interested in it. And previously we encountered a gnome child that had a marionette that we were told was of exceptional quality. And when we asked about possibly purchasing it, which was an odd thing for Graham to say when you think about it, because why would he be interested in purchasing a child's toy? When I say a child's toy, I don't just mean a toy for a child. I mean literally a toy that a child is currently playing with in front of his eyes. We were told that, oh, I don't think you could afford it. So that wasn't a no. So I assume I have to somehow get the child gnome's toy. How? I don't know. Hopefully ethically. And then I need to presumably trade it with the toy shop owner. Can you talk to the guy about how much it is? I don't think so. I'll try.
Come on in.
Not wanting to bother the toy maker again, Graham instead looks around the toy shop.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Can I?
Now.
All right, Grandpapa.
Graham notices a strong little sled hanging on a side wall.
No, I can't seem to discuss with them how much it is. Does make me wonder though. The clothes shop had a cloak in. We know that we're going to have to go through some mountains later in the game. That's been established. Clothes shop had a cloak in. Toy shop has a sled in. Both of those could be useful navigating snowy terrain. What does this place have? The dog? Do we use the dog to pull the sled?
A skinny old dog lies down on the hard floor of the shoe shop. The old dog pays no attention to Graham.
Greetings. I loved this series as a child. Hope you're enjoying it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Everett. I hope you're having a good day. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm gonna head out. I hope the stream goes well. I hope you feel much better very soon. Thank you, Constance. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and no need to apologise. It's just a pleasure to have you stop by at all, genuinely. You take care. What do dogs like? Bones. I didn't think of that. Can I harvest the bones of that skeleton I found? It sounds grim, but... Oh, that's really sweet. Those emotes. You take care. Let me see if I can go back to the desert and see if I can harvest some of those bones then. Dog happiness more important than charges of corpse desecration in game. Oh, I have an old shoe. You're absolutely right. I would not have thought of that. Like, now you've pointed it out to me, it's obvious, but I don't know. We did have a dog when I was growing up. In fact, if you include when I was very young, more than one. But I must admit, it has been long enough that I have spent a great deal of company, a great deal of time in the company of dogs that one slipped me by. I didn't make the connection. But they will. They'll chew on old shoes, won't they? Maybe the dog likes old leather.
The dog doesn't even lift his head to take notice of it. The dog doesn't...
Oh, that was a good guess, Pikachu. That was a good guess. So Everett, we're 5 games in now. I have just one after another systematically been making my way through these games. So I know nothing about anything that happens in later games in this series. I only know everything up to this point. What was the other thing I was going to say? I will occasionally ask for hints if I'm stuck, and that may well happen. But I do try to solve things on my own at first. Sometimes I can't do it. And, you know, that's just the way it is. Right, I think I remember the way to... Well, I say remember, I'm looking at the map now. It's just the map, I didn't, write down, this is where the skeleton is, because with the size of the map, that would have taken up too much space. I just have, question marks at points of interest. I think I see where the bones are. Let's save quickly. Or if you are, my dogs, they will chew on new Ugg slippers that you buy your wife. Oh no.
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the West. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
Why is the background green? Is there... No, surely not. Do you think there's any possibility that some of these graphics they did by, taking pictures of physical objects and then, shrinking them down and then maybe having an artist touch them up? I'm just thinking, the green background could literally be a green screen. They could have, if they'd had, a model owl with a monocle, they could have intended to, change the background and then for whatever reason just forgot. When this came out, I found this game really beautiful. The increase in colour palette was impressive. Yes, I was saying that earlier. Because I've actually been seeing the games develop as people at the time would have, albeit much more quickly. Because I've been playing this over the course of a few weeks, not a few years. But I've been seeing the changes, and yeah.
Life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Between games 2 and 3, we saw a sudden jump, but I don't think that was an increase in colour palette. I think they were just... I think the artists were just trying to draw much more detailed environments. Think of, the difference between the town in the 3rd game, you know, where the ship arrives, that town, and, at the 1st game, almost any scene, any of the fields you see in the 1st game, you know, there was so much more work was clearly put into the art in the 3rd game. The 4th game, you saw a similar increase in the amount of detail. Think of like the Good Fairies home, how much detail work they put in there. But then this game, I think this is not only more, I don't think they only have more colours, I think this may even be a higher resolution. I'm not 100% sure about that. I might be wrong on that point. But, I don't know, those pixels I'm pretty sure are smaller than they were in the first game. Could be wrong. What is your role in us saying whether you're in an undisclosed fail state? Do so. If I end up getting into a... if I end up getting into a fail state and I don't know about it, I obviously want to reload at the earliest opportunity.
Graham can't do much to help the poor man now, and vice versa.
Fair enough. I was wondering if I could extract some bones. You're right. About the resolution going up.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
You don't suppose I give the dog a custard pie, do you? Like, that's not something I would traditionally think of as, like, dog food, and I can only imagine the dairy wouldn't do them a lot of good. But then again, dogs do have a reputation for eating just about anything that you don't that you leave out and don't keep a close enough eye on.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
How did they come up with that voice for Cedric? But the difference from 4 to 5 is so drastic. It is. Yeah. I don't disagree. Yeah, speaking of the difference in the graphics, something that I have found is it actually has gameplay implications. In the very first King's Quest game, because the graphics were so primitive, it meant it was extremely... it was extremely easy to see...
It's you again, is it?
It was extremely easy to see where the items were in the level, the things. Basically, if you're in a room, like, if you're in a scene in a game, in the first game, it was really very obvious the things you were supposed to be able to interact with, and the things that you weren't supposed to be able to interact with. Because anything that they had bothered to draw, you know, to like any degree of detail, you knew, right, that is an item I am supposed to be able to look at, pick up, etc. But as the games became more and more detailed, it became harder and harder to tell the difference between set dressing and items of importance. Items you should be paying attention to. I mean, this room is pretty bare bones, and still, like, am I supposed to be interacting with, like, these pots or whatever they are, or these tools on the back wall? I'm guessing not, because it feels like the game developers have shifted the gameplay style to account for the higher, the more advanced graphics, by basically making it less vital that a player, you know, search scenes exhaustively. Just generally speaking, having less items that you pick up and interact with, and where they do occur, making them much more obvious. As in, like, impossible to avoid. But yeah, it is notable that I remember this being particularly a problem in the 3rd and 4th games, where the graphics had got to the point where I really couldn't always tell the difference between set dressing and items I should be interacting with. And it was a problem. Because, you know, it was easy to miss things, and it was easy to waste your time investigating things that didn't need investigating.
The dog doesn't even lift his head to take notice of it.
I played the text-only version, so I didn't learn about the Cedric voice acting infamy for many years. Oh, is that something that's infamous? I didn't know. I was just commenting on what I could hear. Yeah, the giant oversized filmy bowl. What if it's Graham just voicing the owl? Falsetto Graham. He's just mocking a silent owl. That would be odd. Like that guy in Frozen voicing his reindeer. I've never seen Frozen. It's a Disney film, isn't it? About the two princesses, one who has frost powers. That is the extent that I am familiar with the Frozen franchise. I think I would recognise the characters if I saw them. Yeah, Cedric has more or less gained a reputation as King's Quest Jar Jar Binks. I haven't seen the Phantom Menace in many, many years, but my impression always was that Jar Jar didn't deserve the amount of hate he got. It feels more like people are upset with the fact that the Phantom Menace was so different to the original films. And Jar Jar, I suppose, became a symbol of that, rather than him really being awful, if you see what I mean. Is this sacrilege? Is this sacrilege that I'm spouting right now? I mean, I'm not trying to argue that he was some wonderfully deep, multifaceted, beautiful character. I'm just saying, like, the amount of hate he seems to get feels disproportionate. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need a hint. I don't know what I can do now. I'm coming round to the idea that I'm supposed to be trying to get the sled, and I'm supposed to be trying to get the dog, probably, to get through the mountains. There's the boy with the marionette. I have no idea how I'm going to convince the gnome to let me have the marionette. Notable that I need to haggle with the grandfather for the marionette, not the boy. Shows how much respect gnomish society has for the property rights of children. There is, of course, a princess that got turned into a willow tree. That's a thing. I know where the witch is, but I don't know how to approach. I keep getting turned into a toad whenever I try to. Could you pull up your inventory? Yes, of course. I have a custard pie. I have a old shoe. I have a cloak. I have a magic wand.
An old hollow log lies in a small clearing before the gloomy forest.
Hello, why do we have a custom description of it then?
The old log doesn't look interesting enough to bother with.
Oh, okay. How much desert investigation have you done so far? So far as I can tell, I have explored all of it. In terms of spots I'm aware of, there's the spot with the skeleton. That is spots of interest. I obviously know about a bunch of oases and a well. Aside from that, I know about a temple, but I don't know how to get inside of it. The doors seem to be well and firmly stuck. I know about a camp, which I assume is a bandit camp with some tents. And I know about the skeleton that had the shoe on it. But like I say, I've got a map, right? I exhaustively searched it. I went to every single square that I feasibly could get to. So unless I've made a mistake somewhere, I'm pretty sure I've got all of it. I've just noticed it's time for another ad break. We'll do that in a second. Yeah, how about we go on the ad break now? It's going to be 3 minutes long. I will still be here to speak to for those that don't get ads. And if you come back early, I'll still be here as well. Obviously, because I'll just be here. I'd say that working on getting into the temple is a good project at this point. Okay, I'll walk over to the temple during the ad break then, but I won't do anything until... until after the ads. Right, so I'll see you all in 3 minutes.
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madamushka.
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the west.
Yes, thank you, Cedric. Can pigeons appreciate fine art? The answer might surprise you. Find out when the ad ends in about 3 minutes. No, it's the answer. I could believe it is plausible that certain fine art pigeons respond to in some way, but I do not believe that they would have the cognitive abilities necessary to appreciate fine art in the same way that human beings do.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Let's have a quick save here. I have to do it the other way, don't I?
Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and freezes.
Just waiting 1 more minute for the ad break to end and then we'll get into it. I find it hard to believe any of my items are going to help me get in here. I tried the magic wand earlier. That one conceivably could have done. I can't imagine a cloak or a shoe's going to let me get in there, and a custard pie seems like a bit of a stretch. I mean, it's true. This could have been a temple carved into the mountain by an ancient sect of custard pie worshippers, but somehow I find it unlikely. Speak friend and enter? Perhaps that's it, Pikachu. Welcome back, everyone. Pigeons can be trained to distinguish between the works of artists like Picasso and Monet. What's that supposed to prove? That just proves that A, pigeons are trainable, well, we had carrier pigeons, so that's not that surprising, and B, that they have eyes. That doesn't mean that they appreciate them.
Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and friezes. Stone statues of Pegasus seem to guard the old crumbling temple.
Can I interact
Graham
with them?
examines the statue carefully, but doesn't see anything of importance. Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and friezes. Carved in
Can I speak to the door?
Open sesame!
Yes, but it doesn't achieve anything.
Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient
Oops.
Carved stone carved.
We've established it's not the wand, haven't we?
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
What about the Pegasi?
Graham gives the wand a good shake. Graham gives the wand.
Push the column? If it's cracking? I mean, but think of the weight of that thing. I mean, that's not going to come down easily.
Open sesame!
Why do you keep trying that?
The temple door won't open. Perhaps there's something missing.
Something missing? You make it sound like there's a key or a doorknob or something that I need to apply.
It has no effect on the massive door. It has.
We've already searched the tents at the bandit camp, so I'm pretty sure there's nothing there that would help us get in. It's a pretty big hint the game's giving us that it's like something's missing. But if it's an item, I don't have it.
The two large rocks at the cliff base attract Graham's attention. Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and friezes.
I think I remember something. Oh yes?
Carved into the rocky cliffs.
I feel like you have to hang out by those rocks that Graham likes. Oh. Oh wait, because we got killed here the first time we came here, didn't we?
From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
That was it. Hold up. Do I have a save here? I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I do. I'm trying to hide. Hang on, I can use the mouse, can't I? Or not the mouse.
From across the desert sands.
No, I can't. They've disabled that. That'll have to do. Hopefully you won't be spotted there. I had forgotten about this. This would be so easy to miss. I mean, I nearly missed
From across the desert
it.
sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
Admittedly, that's partly my fault for not remembering, but...
Open sesame!
Why did it work for them? How did they not see us when they were coming back?
Open sesame!
The temple door won't open.
So I need the thingy? Yeah, he had it. He did. He did have a thingy.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Trouble is, where do I find one of those?
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Get that thingy! I'll do my best. I'm assuming this is the same group that was at the tents? Oh. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. Well, I mean, it'd be rude if I didn't. Why can't I take it?
Assorted odds and ends clutter the ins.
No, seriously, why can't I take
Taking care
it?
to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession.
Excellent.
Who are you? A spy?
Oh.
That wasn't a very smart move for Graham to make.
Interesting they went for spy and not thief. Hey, Negan. Lovely to see you. How are you?
Who are you?
That wasn't a very... Taking care to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession.
Yup, it's me, the Vault Hunter Negan, a Scottish streamer and joins RPGs, horror games and racing games. They recently played Borderlands 3.
A spy?
Oh.
That wasn't a very smart move
And
for
Silent
Graham to
Hill
make.
F. Backseat gaming is allowed if requested. Please note the stream is for those aged 18 and over. New name?
Taking care to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession.
Because I got addicted to Borderlands 3.
Who are you? A spy?
How do I leave quietly?
That wasn't a... Taking care...
Yes! Worth searching them while they're down?
Phew! Holding his nose against the drunken bandit's pungent odor, Graham quickly searches him, but doesn't find anything of importance.
This seems like a really dumb idea, but...
An intruder!
Yeah, that was a dumb idea.
That wasn't a very smart move, Graham.
But we already had the save, so it's fine.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Defo not shout at them. Who are you, he says. This music. It is pretty special. Oh my goodness, it's a melee raid! Thank you so much, Mealy. That's very kind of you. How are you doing today? Welcome, Raiders. Let me try again. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and I play old games and I play new games. I play games that require you to think, and I play more actiony games. Currently, I have a playthrough of King's Quest V on the go, which you can see here. It's an old Sierra point-and-click adventure game. I also have a playthrough of Elden Ring on the go. We'll be continuing with that on Monday. And there's a reasonable possibility that Pikachu and I will be beginning Split Fiction on next Friday. So, yep, that's the sort of stuff I do here. Rages. Indeed. How'd the stream go, Mealy? Mealy. A most intriguing streamer indeed. They seem to have a penchant for single-player experiences, particularly those that elicit a fright. Their recent foray into Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown suggests a fondness for action-adventure titles, perhaps with a hint of the Soulspawn aesthetic? One cannot be certain, but their enthusiasm is certainly palpable. Ooh! Which Prince of Persia game is that? Because I used to own Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. But I still do. On PlayStation 2. Was that Prince of Persia game one of the older ones, like Sands of Time, or was that a much more recent one? This alcohol abuse public service announcement is brought to you by the Daventry Department of Health. Indeed.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
Did I go the wrong way? I feel like I should have hit the oasis by now, but I haven't. I must have gone the wrong way. Oh, which is a problem?
Too late.
That's fine. No. I just need to go one to the east, and then I just keep going north, and I should hit the oasis. I must have just accidentally not gone to the east. You're totally not addicted to Elden Ring. Elden Ring is pretty good. It has to be said.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
It is most agreeable to see new faces joining our conversation, such as the Vault Hunter Negan and Mealy. This particular title, King's Quest V, certainly holds a special place in the hearts of many, does it not? Its advancements in colour and presentation were quite remarkable for its time. No, it's a new 2D one. It's a new 2D one! Oh, blimey. That does surprise me. I was aware that Prince of Persia began as a 2D platformer, and then when I was younger, that's when they then tried to adapt it to 3D. I didn't know they were making a new one.
Life-giving water.
Or had
nectar
been
of the
making
gods.
new ones.
Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Alright, be right back. Okie dokie, Mealy. Right, I'm pretty sure we can get into this temple now. Here's the question. What do we find in the temple? How does the contents of the temple help us solve the other puzzles that we have to overcome? Because what would you expect to find in an ancient temple? I mean, I feel like treasure? Question mark? Some quantity of gold and gems or something? Along with cultural artifacts? Maybe some bodies? Like, I'm thinking of like mummies. That's obviously ancient Egyptian. That's obviously inspired by ancient Egyptian culture, but you know. I don't know what we're going to find that's actually going to help us, but I'm sure we will.
Open
Oh, thank you, Pikachu.
sesame! Oh no!
Oh,
The shaft broke.
Well then. Graham.
Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle. This is an old, tarnished brass bottle.
Why is he...
Hurry! The exit door is about to close.
Oh. Well then.
Cheer up, Graham. At least you can practice your game of tiddlywinks.
Well then. Why the question mark though, Pikachu? Bless you?
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
Phew, that was close.
The staff is broken and is of no use anymore.
If they don't have another staff, they are going to be so incredibly mad. Can you imagine? Can you pick the thing up? You mean the brass, do they call it a bottle?
This is an old, tarnished brass bottle.
Yeah. Not clear to me what I would do with it. Hang on. When you say bottle, do you in fact mean lamp?
Well, there you are.
Don't worry.
Right. We've got to try this.
Yes! Freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Wait. Hang on.
Graham should know better than to keep things bottled up inside.
Oh my goodness. I'm a genie in a bottle. I'm sure you are, Pikachu. Oh dear, that did not go to plan. Wait, is this after I grabbed it? No, this is before. That was funny. Well, I'm glad I entertained someone. I don't think...
Open sesame!
I don't think either Graham or myself were amused.
The staff broke.
Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
Phew, that was close.
I mean, the genie must have known that the person that just released him wasn't the person that put him in there in the first place.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
So it does seem a bit mean to do what the genie did. Ooh, can the genie curse someone else? That's the only thing I can think of. Like maybe the witch? But the problem is the witch always turns me into a frog the moment I appear on the screen. Like, how would I... As in, like, a cutscene starts the moment I'm in the same area as her. So I don't know how I would actually pull the genie out at the right moment. Oh, you don't think I'd do that to the poor gnome, do you? To get his grandson's toy.
Don't worry.
Might get me in there.
That is not a gold coin.
Very observant, that one.
It will...
There's that bird that keeps bathing in that tree, and I can't help but think There must be a reason like, they've done that.
There's nothing in the tree but a little water.
I don't take charity, young man. I got everything I need.
Hey Mama Bear, lovely to see you. Happy Friday. The weekend's finally here, and I'm here lurking with all the love, hype and gratitude. Thank you for filling the world with so much light and laughter. You make the end of the week something to celebrate. Support is the joy we share when we lift each other higher. Wishing you a stream overflowing with smiles, good vibes and all the happy energy you've earned this week. Thank you Mama Bear, that's very nice of you to say. I hope you're well.
I ain't in the mood to gab right now. Go find someone else to talk to.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with this genie.
That won't convince the snake to leave.
Okay. How does this help? Oh, thank you for giving Mama Bear a shout out. Good catch, Pikachu. I should have thought of that. Mama Bear is a delightful variety streamer who fosters a warm, inclusive atmosphere. Their content ranges from art streams to gaming chaos, often featuring family and friends. They prioritise mental health and self-care, creating a safe space for all. Expect laughter, creativity, and a touch of the spooky. Ah, I know someone who might be interested. These people like to beat Graham over the head and lock him up in their basement and presumably kill him. Okay. Nope, that is not the solution. I was just thinking, who might be interested in treasure and for whom it might seem like a rather ironic punishment. Oh, the back door is locked. Yeah, we investigated that towards the beginning of the stream.
This is a side entrance of the quaint country inn. The side door is locked.
Wait, the quaint country inn? That's not what it was called. It's called the Swarthy Hog Inn. The barn has an indestructible padlock on it.
An old, uninteresting barn is located behind the country inn. Graham can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn door.
So, all very good thinking. That owl with the two coloured, like the monocle, which means that they've got eyes that appear to be mismatching colours. I mean, the shoemakers are poor. I'm sure they'd love to have a genie help them. I just can't help but think that it wouldn't help them. You never know, maybe the genie was just upset with us because we're a king.
It's you again.
The weary old woman has no interest in it. The shoemaker...
Hold on. I just thought of something. You know how much this game likes to use RNG? You don't suppose I was just unlucky and I got the bad genie, but if I do it again I'll get a good genie, do you? I mean, I don't know that that's the case, but I wouldn't put it past the devs.
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Okay. Maybe not.
Graham should know better than to keep things bottled up inside.
But he didn't keep things bottled up inside. That was the problem. Those two probably need some material to make shoes. I suppose. I mean, they'd need leather and some sort of thread. I've tried offering them the old shoe. They're not interested. I'm going to look on the hints website to see if I missed anything in the Great Desert. Doesn't look like it. How can I keep from dying? I'm tired of exploring. Where is everything else? How can I open that door? Could you pull up your inventory again? Of course. It's dry. Maybe get it wet? Not a bad idea. Trying to think of the best place to do that. Maybe the bird bath? And I don't want to try the river, because when we've tried to use the river before, it's literally... we've been pulled away.
The bluebird doesn't seem to care about it. The bluebird is too busy taking a bath to answer Graham.
Or the sad tree. The sad tree wants her heart back. Which the witch has. Have you done anything with the gypsy camp yet? No, they want a gold coin, and I don't have a gold coin.
Ooh, is that a new dance, Graham? The Boogaloo?
Well, thank you for that. Base your inventory, you're in a fail state. No! What did I need to do differently? This isn't as bad as it seems because I've mapped everything out and that's like what's taken the most time. So if I have to redo everything again, I can probably do it quite quickly because I know where everything is. But I've already befriended the ants, and the ants have already helped me. That's how I got the gold needle. You need to restore it before you open the temple. Oh, that's not so bad. Okay. There we go. I planned for this. That's why I've been keeping so many saves. So I don't do it again, should I take it that there's another item in the temple I need?
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle. Oh my, look at all this treasure.
A gold coin.
Hurry, the exit door is about to close. Cheer up, Graham. At least.
Oh, I get it. The genie bottle is just a, just bait, isn't it? I don't need it. Is that right?
Open sesame!
I mean, I wouldn't usually ask something as
no.
direct as that, but we're talking about a
broke.
fail state here, so it's kind of important.
Oh my, look at all. Hurry, the exit door is about to close. Cheer up, Graham.
Alright, that's not... It's not as simple as that. Maybe I'll use the genie to get out of there. I mean, they didn't seem especially sympathetic to my cause before.
Open sesame!
Still falling melee.
The staff broke.
Oh.
Clearly the door shuts
Hurry,
as a response to picking up the treasure.
Cheer up, Graham. At least you can practice your game of tiddly.
Okay, that is a fail state then. What do I do then?
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
What do we think, chat? Ah, is that a coin right there?
Bending down, Graham hurriedly picks up the gold coin from the temple floor.
That was it.
Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
That
Figured
was
it out.
close.
Right, hopefully, I'm not in a fail state anymore. You're now not in a fail state.
Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
What a beautiful sentence. You're no longer in a fail state. Piku, are you the sky? No?
The high
Interesting.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Thank you for the help, Everett. I do appreciate it. And that ox is also very appreciative. Oh well, a caveat. You're not in a fail state regarding the gold coin. I'm unclear if you have a different problem. Has anything happened outside of the bakery at this point? A cat grabbed a rat. That happened outside the bakery. I'm waiting to see what you say next. Because if I have to reload again... that cat rat scene put you in a fail state. You need to restore to prior to that point. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to restart the game. Because I have no idea how far back that was. Oh, well. As I say, this... What's that score? 36 out of 260. It's not as bad as it sounds because I have a map. So they really haven't actually put me back, like... I should be able to really quickly do everything again, is what I'm getting at.
Graham, watch out! Oh.
Yes, I know there's a snake. But do I remember the order to do things in? That's a different question. And I think the answer to that is no.
If you're going into town,
I have to
I'll
save
just
the
wait
rat?
for you
Ooh,
here.
smack the
I
cat
had
with the
an
shoe.
FU
Bad cat. Has this gotten louder? No? It just got quieter. There was something funny going on there.
The man is too busy with his work to notice Graham.
How goes it with you, good fellow?
Not well, I'm afraid. This old wagon's always giving me trouble.
Can I help you in any way?
Thank you kindly, but I think I can handle it.
All right then. Good luck.
Thanks. With this wagon, I'm gonna need it.
So how quickly can I get back to where we were?
May I help you, sir?
King's Quest V really loves its undisclosed failed states. That's a shame, because I really hate them.
Bending down,
Right, I'm gonna need to pick up the pie, presumably. Then again, I haven't used the pie yet. I may as well pick up the pie.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
Why a crown? I've not seen that before.
Here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies. Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
This is making me think of the games I used to play when I was like 8 years old. This one? I think what Pikachu was suggesting is, was this one of the games you played when you were 8 years old?
Sir, I would like to purchase one of your custard pies.
This dialogue.
These pies cost 1 silver coin each.
I've got it right here. Here you go.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
You know, that dialogue is like the sort of dialogue you see in teaching foreign language courses, where they want to like stage a scenario, and so you're in a you're entering a shop. No, I've never played this one. I want a custard pie. I wouldn't say no. I'm hating the voice acting. Exactly. Hold on, let me save.
Graham bends down and picks up the large stick from the ground. A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Antony the Great.
Wait.
Can I ask who you are?
Why does that ant not
Why,
have compound
certainly.
eyes?
I'm King Graham of Daventry, and this is my friend Cedric. We're seeking a way to cross the Great Mountains to the ocean on the other side.
That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would
And
reconsider.
eyelids.
But if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help, if perchance you may ever need it.
Thank you very much, King Antony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again.
Bro, no loading screens, that's a good game. This is true. What was I thinking? Yeah, that ant has eyelids, and instead of compound eyes, they have eyes like ours with pupils.
Graham watches with surprise as a contingent of ants marches into the haystack and begins to swarm through it.
Everything alright, Pikachu? As a contingent
I'm
of
glad to
ants
see there was a way that we could be of help to you.
never
Look
come to
here.
assist you,
We found a
Pikachu.
golden needle in the haystack. I'd like to present it to you. Perhaps you can find a use for it.
Both
Why,
practically
thank
and
you, King
musically.
Anthony. I'm honored.
Good luck in your travels, King Graham. And be careful.
Well, wasn't that magical? Hang on.
Ooh, keep your eye on the gypsies, Graham. I don't trust them.
Yes. That's the dialogue I said earlier. I don't think would make it into a game today. This song has to have gotten a Grammy nomination. The infamous fail states of King's Quest V. It does add a certain character to the adventure, doesn't it? A good reminder to approach each step with deliberation. But if only it worked that way, it doesn't. It just means that through no fault of your own, you lose the game. I trust our Magnificent Games is finding the journey enjoyable despite the little hurdles. Wait, what? Oh, 10 out of 10. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Pikachu. This is what I was saying before about the fact, because I've got this whole area mapped, it's just not a problem anymore. Oh, do I get points for discovering every oasis?
Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
I mean, I know where they all are, but there's not much point in my going to all of them. Then again, if I don't go to all of them, how will I know if I've,
Uneasily, Graham reaches down and removes the old shoe from the desert sand.
How will I be able to compare scores to on the previous occasion?
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on. Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Okay, I'll quickly grab the other oases that I know about, just to get the points, and then we'll head to the temple. Because there's not many. Ignoring the tent site, which obviously we'll be going to shortly.
The hot...
There's only 2 others. 1 other now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Life-giving water, nectar of the gods.
Let's have a quick save here then, so I don't lose this progress. What's our score looking like? 16, so I'm halfway there. Halfway back to where we were. Excellent. Now we're waiting for the people to arrive.
From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
I'm just going over in my head the things that I still need to do. I was on 36 before, wasn't I?
Open sesame!
Why does he go in there with the staff? Oh, maybe the staff can open the door from the other side. I was just thinking, if you can't open the door from the other side, which we don't know, then wouldn't you want to leave the staff outside so your friend can let you out if the door shuts on you?
Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him. Taking care to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession.
Yes? Oh, I bet talking to the tree lady and talking to the prince were also things that gave me points. Can I speak to the... If you're still here...
Water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
I spoke to a prince earlier, and who was looking for the princess who had been turned into a tree, and he just wandered off after we apparently told him, no, I haven't seen anyone like that. In fact, we did it in the order that we listened to the sad tree's whole story about how she'd been turned into a tree and that she had actually been a princess. And then we find a prince saying, oh, I had a run-in with a witch with the princess I was going to marry, and I can't find her anywhere. Have you seen anyone like that? And we said, no. But anyway, with that aside, can I speak to the prince, or is that also a failed state?
nectar of the gods.
No, we met him and he wasn't a frog.
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Bending down, Graham hurriedly picks up the gold coin from the temple floor. Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
Phew, that was close.
Alright, we're doing good. We're up to 32 out of the 36.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
So it's looking a lot like I'm going to get back to exactly where I was before in just about 20 minutes, which, given that I've been at this game for about 5 hours now, is a little upsetting. Hydrate, y'all. It's a good point.
Don't worry.
I won't do this yet. Here, you can hear her full story.
Miss Willow?
Yes?
You can talk?
Why, of course I can. What did you expect?
Well, I've never seen a talking tree before. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong, can't you tell? I'm not really a tree. I'm really a princess. You see, my fiancé and I were walking through this wood when a nasty old witch came along and was instantly charmed by my handsome prince. When he naturally refused her advances, she jealously banished him to a faraway land and turned me into a tree. Then she stole my heart.
Stole your heart?
Yes, she turned my heart to gold and took it away with her. The only way I can become human again is to have my heart brought back. Now, all I have to cheer me up is my harp. It's quite magical, you know. It plays the sweetest music you've ever heard. Now please, leave me alone in my sorrow.
So that's her story. So bear in mind that we've just heard her story. And now there's this interaction.
Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses, fetching blue eyes, and smooth creamy skin. Have you seen her anywhere about?
No, sorry, I haven't seen anyone like that.
That's what I figured. No one has seen her. I bet that old witch who lives in the dark forest had something to do with her disappearance.
I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her.
I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I'd better get back to looking for her. I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here. Thanks for your concern.
It's incredible, isn't it? But I worry after what Everett had been saying about failure states in this game, I worry that is a failure state and I have to turn her back before speaking to the prince. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. That's my concern. Smooth, creamy skin? Well, that lady has rough bark like bark. Exactly.
May I help you, sir?
In the corner of the shop, draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick, fur-lined cloak.
My golden needle. Wherever did you find it?
It was in a haystack by the country inn.
By the inn? Oh, yes. I remember visiting there not long ago. Oh, vulgar man, that innkeeper. He has no scruples at all.
Well, I'm glad to see you've got your golden needle back. I wonder, could you possibly see fit to give me that wonderful cloak in exchange for it?
The cloak? Well, why not? It's yours. For the price of a golden needle.
Why does he need
Thank
a golden
you, kind
needle
sir.
anyway?
I'm sure it will help me on my travel.
I'm sure it will. Good luck. Au revoir.
As opposed to a much harder needle that would actually stay sharp. And not break so easily. 36 out of 260. So we are officially back to where we had been. But without the failure state. And yeah, that took about 20 minutes. I don't want to go past the bakery because I may enter that failure state again. But something about going to the wagon to progress. What's the description of the coin, actually?
It is a shiny gold coin.
How do I use it? There we go.
You may see Madame Mushka now.
We finally get to meet Madame
Warning,
Lushka.
This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
What? What does that mean? I mean, I understand every word. I don't understand what you mean by check your inventory. Do you mean we're about to be given some items? Don't neglect to note the items you are given. Right, I can cross off 1 gold coin to see Madame Mushka. I'm wondering on what page of my notes I should add any notes we get. This'll do.
So, you are here to see Madame Mushka, no? Well,
interesting
come closer.
clothes.
Sit
Look at that
down.
silhouette.
I will tell you your fortune. Already I can tell that you are on a quest of great urgency. We will see what we can find out for you. Look, Ingram. Look into the crystal ball.
Look, Mananan. Look what I have for you.
Mananan.
Take a good look at what you did to my brother, Alexander. Because of you, he's doomed to spend the rest of his days as a cat, and there's nothing I can do about it. But you can do something about it. Since you're the one that did this to him, you're the only one who can turn him back again. Back to the wizard Mananan.
Alexander!
I don't know how, Mordak. I'm not a wizard. I just happened to stumble across some magic spells and accidentally turned your brother into a cat. I didn't mean it. Please believe me, Mordak. I don't know how to turn him back into a wizard.
You're You're holding out on me, little man. You're taking advantage of my good nature, but not for long. If I don't get a change of tune from you soon, I'll feed your family to the cat, starting with your dear mother.
Well, this is suboptimal.
Remember what I said. I'll only give you a little more time to decide before your family becomes cat food.
That is all. But I see that your mission is very dangerous indeed. I will give you something to help you. Here, wear this. It is a magic amulet. It will protect you against all but the most powerful magic.
Oh, fantastic.
Good luck, King Graham. Be careful. That Mordek is a bad one.
Thank you, Madam Mushka.
But I thought Manannan was incredibly old.
Madam.
Like, I think we figured out he was at least 100, but could easily be hundreds of years old. And he looked very old, and yet his brother doesn't look like a day over 40. I mean, I know that's not technically impossible. You know, in the, No, that probably is possible. Half-brother, maybe. Because I was thinking that, you know, men don't lose their fertility, so a man could, in theory, father a child at 20 and another one at 80. But no, that doesn't... They couldn't be full brothers, because... a woman couldn't mother a child at those over that long a period. 2 children. But the implication, therefore, is that they must be able to stop the aging process at a particular point. So then the question is, why would Manannan have decided to stop the aging process when he was so old already? Why didn't he choose to stop the aging process younger? I'm almost disappointed. Although it was kind of nice to see Manannan coming back like that, I'm kind of disappointed that the motivation of, was it Mordark? I'm kind of disappointed that it is that's the motivation they've given him. Mordark. Because I felt that there was a very obvious motivation, and that's that there's 3 fantastic artifacts in Castle Daventry. A mirror that tells the future, a treasure chest that never empties, and a shield that makes you and your army invincible. I felt like that was reason enough for the wizard to attack, and they didn't need to give him the whole... you've messed with my family explanation.
The amulet is attached to a soft leather thong.
But is it on my neck?
Ooh, no.
Come on, Sam.
Go.
My hope is that I will now be able to make some progress. Now that I've got the amulet, I'll be able to go through here, get the gold heart back for the princess. That didn't work.
Old witch caught Graham totally off guard. The amulet is attached to a soft leather thong.
I don't get it. How do I use the amulet to protect me?
The magic amulet begins to glow softly as Graham slips it over his head. He then carefully tucks the amulet into the front of his tunic, hiding it from sight.
Fantastic. That's how we do it.
Ooh, no. Ooh, I'm not going in there. Can't you read the sign?
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here.
Go if you want to. I'll wait here.
What's that? Chopped vegano?
To Graham's great relief, It appears that the witch's magic has been stopped by the amulet he is wearing, just as Madame Mushka said it would.
Fantastic. Let's have a sensible conversation, shall we?
What are you doing in my forest, young man? Don't you know you're trespassing?
We are advancing.
Oh, I didn't know this was a private forest. Do you own it?
Of course I own it.
What?
It's mine. And what did you do to my magic?
I don't think you need to know. Now tell me something. How does one leave this confusing forest?
I'll never tell.
It doesn't seem that confusing.
I'm afraid you're stuck, dearie. Now you're
goodness.
my prisoner.
This voice acting.
We'll see about that.
Yes, won't we?
What was all that business about? What is this, a private forest? Do you own it? Yeah, people own forests. I don't see what the problem is here. That's locked, by the way. I'm sure we need to go in there, but I don't know, I don't have the key. Give her the genie. That's actually a really good idea.
What's this?
Yes!
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Oh, we got rid of the bottle
Good.
that time.
That old witch won't be seen here for a long time. But now, how to get out of this dreadful forest?
That was a fantastic idea, Pikachu. Thank you for that.
Tucked under a large crack in the wall, which seems to serve as a window, Graham sees an interesting wooden trunk. A small, intricate spinning wheel is put away in the trunk.
I'll take it.
Reaching a hand into the trunk, Graham retrieves the small spinning wheel.
Now, what was that? There was this fairy tale about spinning wheels, wasn't there? Was it Rumpelstiltskin spun hay into gold?
The old witch's house has been crudely fashioned from an old tree trunk and salvaged stone. Being cold and creepy, Graham finds he would just as soon hurry up and leave. The old witch's house has been crudely fashioned from an old tree trunk and salvaged stone.
Good thinking.
Being cold and creepy, Graham finds he would just as soon hurry up and leave. The old witch's... A set of stone steps, much too narrow for Graham's larger body, wind precariously upward in the back of the room.
Doesn't mean he couldn't get up there.
The winding steps are much too narrow for Graham to ever fit through.
What do you mean fit through the steps? He just has to climb it. And yeah, I appreciate they might be too narrow for him to put his feet on. Although honestly, I mean, I lived in a house where they had tried to put in a... This was student accommodation. They like to... landlords like to rip off students as much as humanly possible, and what they'd done is they'd taken what had been a sensible sized house and then split it in two to try and get twice as many students in there, which meant they had to put a staircase in a space that wasn't designed to have a staircase, there just wasn't room. And they actually built a staircase where the steps were too small for you to put your feet on. Like, you know, it's not like I have absolutely enormous feet or anything, I don't. I have perfectly normal sized feet, but like, you couldn't get the heel of your foot on the step. You could only put the, like, front of your foot on the steps because they were so narrow. You could climb that. Even if these were more narrow still, I feel like you could get on your front and crawl up it. I don't buy the whole he can't go up there. So there was this.
A small door built into the trunk of a large twisted tree catches Graham's attention. Graham tugs firmly on the door in the tree, but finds it securely locked.
No heart? That must be where the heart is. How'd I get into it, though? Any ideas? I mean, they said it was locked, but they didn't say... What?
Well, it looks like Graham will be hanging around here for a while.
Okay. What was I thinking? They said it was locked, but they didn't say that whether it needed a key. What is going on here? All these poor frogs.
Well, it looks like Graham will be hanging around here for a while.
Why is that flashing? I just want to save with that done.
Graham tugs firmly on the door in the tree, but finds it securely locked.
In case that opens up dialogue. Oh, are you thinking that these frogs may have once been people, Pikachu? Oh, the spider's random. I think they called them toads, actually. Yeah, the spider's random. And presumably that's random too.
Well...
I'm not a fan of the random deaths in these games. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of how we get through that lock.
Well...
If it is a lock. No, they said it was locked, didn't they? So it's definitely locked. The question is, when they say locked, do they mean locked with like a lock that takes a key or some other form of locking? Alright, I'm convinced we're not getting through there.
Well...
How do I leave? I think they may have removed a screen. I feel like there used to be a screen between these two, and that's how we leave.
The old witch's house is... Graham spies a small drawer built into the trunk of a tree, which pokes awkwardly through the wall of the house. A small leather pouch is tucked away in the drawer. Graham reaches the drawer and removes the leather pouch.
Does this have the heart in or the key?
The small leather pouch is drawn tightly closed.
What is sparkling? I don't know.
Upon opening the leather pouch, Graham discovers 3 sparkling emeralds.
For the gnomes?
The leather pouch contains 3 beautiful emeralds. Tucked under a large crack in the wall, which seems to serve as a window. The old witch's house has been... The old witch's house... The old... The old... The old... The old... The old... Graham spies a small... A set of stone... An interesting incense burner hangs from a protruding tree branch. Occasionally, from within it, a tiny glint winks.
Oh, is that what you're talking about, Pikachu?
What's this? Why, it's a little key.
Yes! Very good eyes. I missed that entirely. This is presumably how we get the heart. Doesn't help us get out of the forest though, presumably.
Graham finds that the little key fits perfectly in this lock. Graham is charmed to find a little golden heart inside the door of the twisted old tree. Reaching into the little door of the tree, Graham extracts the little golden heart.
Wait, is the forest going to start to die now? I thought I had the wheel. I don't see it there though. Very good point. Let's go back and make sure I get it. This is cool.
A small, intricate spinning wheel is put away in the trunk. Reaching a hand into the trunk, Graham retrieves the small spinning wheel.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And good catch, Pikachu. That I'd reloaded before I got the... I'd reloaded a save before I got the spinning wheel. Since the gnome said something about I don't think you can afford the toy, I'm leaning towards they want the emeralds, not the spinning wheel. The spinning wheel maybe could be useful to the shoemakers, I don't know. How do I get out of here though? Any ideas? Follow the froggies? I mean, they're just...
Well, it looks...
I mean, aren't the frogs just bouncing around everywhere? I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. These random deaths.
Well...
Kinda sad that the only person that could tell us how to get out here has been entrapped in a tarnished brass bottle for 500 years. They must have intended players to be able to think their way out of this. Obviously, because this is a puzzle adventure game.
Well...
Let's look at my items again. Key, custard pie, shoe, heart, leather pouch, emerald, spinning wheel, cloak, amulet, and magic wand.
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
Can't teleport out. Consult the wand? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. No luck though.
Well...
It's a good point. We've got quite a long way into the game and not had to use the wand once. Yeah. A fair ways in. Not even a quarter though. This feels like it's going to be the longest game we've done by far. We're not very far in at all. Can I consult the frogs?
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies. The pervasive gloom of the forest settles around Graham like a tight, suffocating blanket. Everywhere he can hear the eerie sounds of strange creatures.
I hope I haven't entered a fail condition.
The rocky, rutted footpath staggers its way through the oppressive forest to the north or to the west.
Should I look up a hint? The witch's forest. How do I get out of the forest? You still haven't taken care of the witch. You might be able to get out just by following the path you took to get in. Afraid I have. As you were looking around the forest, did anything look back? That's my hint. As you were looking around the forest, did anything look back? Well, chat, that's our hint.
The dark forest seems to close in on Graham as he tentatively makes his way through it. Well...
There. Oh my goodness.
Well...
Why did the developers do this? All the random deaths to spiders.
Strange plants and animals inhabit this dark and dreary place, while thin rays of sunlight barely break the surface of the forest's thick foliage. Strange.
Okay, well those things are looking back, but I don't see how that helps us. Something alive? Are those not alive? It must surely be these things. I could look up another hint. But I want to at least try with the hint we've currently got. As you were looking around the forest, did anything look back? Yeah, the eyes. Do we go for another hint? Oh. I have a custard pie. I could chuck that in the direction of the eyes.
The small creatures, whoever they are, don't seem to show any interest in it. Peering curiously at him through the heavy foliage of the dark forest, Graham notices several pairs of bright, blinking eyes.
Hello? Who's there? I say, who's there? Please help me. Please? Oh, never mind.
Graham can plainly see the eyes, but he can't quite reach them through the thick foliage.
What do we think? I have a key, a custard pie, a shoe. Chuck a shoe at them. A golden heart, a pouch, some emeralds, a spinning wheel, a cloak, a magic amulet, a wand.
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies. The small creatures, whoever they are, don't seem to show any interest in it. Graham can plainly see the eye. Graham can plainly. The small creatures, whoever they are. Graham receives no answer. Peering curiously at him through the heavy foliage of the dark forest, Graham notices several pairs of bright, blinking eyes. Peering curiously at him.
I don't know what to suggest. Do they want money? I didn't think so, but...
The small creatures, whoever they are, don't seem to... Peering curiously at him through the heavy foliage of the dark forest, Graham notices several pairs of bright, blinking eyes.
What do I do with this information? I've returned and see you're in a weird part of the game. Indeed. I'm trying to figure out how to get out of here. I looked up one hint online. So how do I get out of the forest? As you were looking around the forest, did anything look back? To be clear, this is my inventory so far. I've got the key, the custard pie, the old boot, the golden heart, the pouch, the emeralds, the spinning wheel, the cloak, the amulet, and the wand.
Graham receives no answer.
And I'm a bit stumped. Oh, you're in a fail state and have been since you entered the forest. Right, okay. Okay, what did I need? Do I need honey from the bees to get those creatures to emerge?
Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies. The bees could care less about it. I'm going to need some sort of hint to progress, because I don't know how to. I don't know what item I need to not get trapped in the forest, and I don't know how to acquire it. You can try to save the rat. That's true. I could try. Well remembered, Pikachu. This is of an item on the screen being much smaller than it would have been in King's Quest 1. Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
Can I have a hint as to where I should be looking for the...
Oh, thank you, good sir. You saved my life. My children and I will never forget your kindness. Maybe someday I'll be able to return the favor. Oh, I hear my children calling. Goodbye, until we meet again.
Well then. Good thinking, Pikachu. Yeah, could I have a clue?
No, Graham, don't!
Didn't mean to do that.
Too bad.
This item is in the more human area of Serenia. Okay.
May I help you?
The busy tailor shop bustles with At the back of the shop, Graham notices a dressing room in which a rude, finicky customer tries on many items of fine clothing. The busy tailor, the busy, 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 the busy.
Right. Not in here. I'm pretty sure.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested
There
in
was a
anything.
guy outside with a wagon before. He left, and there was just a silver
If it's
coin
not
left
invited-
behind.
Okay, Pop.
Graham notices a strong little sled hanging on a side wall. A child's wonderland of... A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl.
Grandpapa, can I keep this doll?
Now,
Alright, Grandpapa.
A child's one. A child. A child. A child. A child. A child.
I don't think it's in here. Anything in that barrel outside there?
Graham notices an old wooden barrel on the street corner.
Oh my goodness. Pikachu, you're a genius.
Inside the barrel, Graham sees an old rotting fish.
Was this what I needed?
Graham leans way down into the barrel and removes, phew, the smelly old fish.
Ew, indeed.
Phew, this smelly old fish is disgusting.
Would I be in a fail state if I went into the dark forest now?
Come on.
Hang on, did I put the thing on?
The magic amulet begins to glow softly as Graham slips it over.
Okay, I didn't remember, but I got there in time. Yeah, sufficient enough to overcome the power of the glowy eyes. Oh, so this is a fail state. Okay. Yes, you are now in another fail state. Alright. It's possible I give the fish to someone else. Like a cat. Perhaps you need some old cheese as well.
Ooh, I'll wait for you.
Welcome back to...
The cat is much too lazy to care about it.
I find that surprising. Maybe the eyes? Well, I was told that I need something more to do anything with the eyes. I don't know what. Am I looking for another item in a human space?
Take a squeeze.
Is
there?
Oh.
Business doesn't seem... Business... A skinny... Business doesn't...
Give the dog the fish? Maybe.
The dog doesn't even lift his head to take notice of it.
I put the fish near the bees, and a bear comes along. I will be honest. When I was looking for hints online, I saw the word bear. I didn't see in what context, but I saw the word bear.
Ooh, watch out for the bear, Graham.
I am Queen Beatrice, kind sir. I wish to thank you ever so much for saving our hive from the claws of that horrible bear.
That's a southern accent,
In
Southern
return,
American.
I offer you a luscious honeycomb from our hive.
Southern states, I mean.
Please feel free to retrieve one. I promise my bees won't harm you. It may come in handy on your travels.
Well then.
Graham reaches a hand into the beehive and retrieves a very sticky chunk of honeycomb. Wrapping it in a protective piece of cloth, he then pockets it.
Well, hey! Progress. Yes, as an Arkansan, I can say that that is at least an attempt at a southern US accent. Yeah, I don't think, I think across the board the accents have been, less than, stellarly impressive.
The magic amulet begins to glow softly as Graham slips it over his head. He then carefully tucks the amulet into the front of his tunic, hiding it from sight.
Right, let's try this again, shall we?
Ooh, no.
Come on,
Go.
What's this?
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Good. That old witch won't be seen here for a long time. But now, how to get out of this dreadful forest?
The visual artistry of King's Quest V is quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? It truly transports one back to a delightful era of interactive storytelling. It's always a pleasure to witness such classic adventures being explored with such thoughtful engagement from everyone present. I sort of have the impression that for a lot of this voice acting they rounded up random people from around the office. I suspect you're... I don't know, but I suspect you're probably dead on the money there.
A small leather pouch is tucked away in the drawer. Graham reaches the drawer and removes the leather pouch. What's this? Why, it's a little key. A small, intricate spinning wheel is put away in the trunk. Reaching a hand into the trunk, Graham retrieves the small spinning wheel.
I like the way they do looking inside containers in this game. The fact that they actually... I mean, look at the layers that they had here. You go into the house, and then you get the same graphic you had before, but then the inside of the house is inside a frame, and then you go inside a container and you get an even smaller frame, which appearing inside to see the contents of the container. The interior, I should say.
Graham finds that the little key fits perfectly in this lock. Graham is charmed to find a little golden heart inside the door of the twisted old tree.
Charmed?
Reaching into the little door of the tree, Graham extracts the little golden heart.
Oh, let's hope we've done it this time. Right, how are we looking for... We've got the honeycomb, good. That's what I was checking for. I thought I had it, but I wanted to be sure. Right, wish me luck. So these going to be some sort of monkey?
The small creatures, whoever they are, don't seem to show any interest in it.
Am I in a failure state again?
The small creatures, whoever they are, don't seem to show any interest in it. The small creatures...
I am, aren't I? Oh, why? I think you're okay. I am? I thought they must be mice. Interesting. Put it on the ground to lure them out?
Graham squeezes the honeycomb as hard as he can, which causes the honey to drip out of it onto the ground, creating a sticky little puddle at his feet. Now all that's left of the honeycomb is a piece of beeswax, which Graham puts back in his pocket. Strange plants and animals inhabit strange, peering curiously at him through the heavy foliage of the dark forest. Graham notices several pairs of bright, blinking eyes.
Hello? Who's there? I say, who's there? Please help me. Please? Oh, never mind.
Do I leave and come back?
Graham carries a softened lump of beeswax.
Do you have to hide? That's what I'm thinking, but where would I hide? The pie?
This situation seems to require very careful thought. Graham needs to spend more time on this.
Okay.
This situation seems to Graham gives the wand a good shake, but it only fizzles and dies.
Hide under the cloak?
Here it is much too warm to be wearing a heavy cloak.
I guess it could be the gems?
Upon opening the leather pouch, Graham discovers 3 sparkling emeralds.
What? And they get stuck in it? This is...
Please, let me go.
This is mad.
Why should I do that? What will you do for me?
Oh my goodness.
I'll show you the way out of the forest, if you let me go.
How do I know I can trust you?
I give you my word. An elf never breaks his word.
Well, it's against my better judgment, but okay.
Move over, Rocky. You're in our way.
What?
Sorry.
That was a very odd puzzle. Basically, you have to click stuff until Graham implements a plan on his own. Yeah.
Follow me. In here.
Okay. I don't see why not.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Look at all those bones. What?
Hey! Over here! I've got something for you.
Why? All I've done is trap you and then make you do my bidding.
I never take anything without giving in return. For your generosity in giving me those exquisite emeralds, I give you my finest pair of shoes. May they help you in your quest.
Well, the shoemakers will like that.
Follow that
Think.
passage over there. It's the way out of the dark forest.
Thank you very much for all your help. I'm sure I'll be able to find a use for these fine shoes.
Blimey. Oh, some creatures burrowed through the tunnel.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're okay. I was beginning to worry.
I'm glad to see
You
him
were
okay.
right not to want to venture in that dark forest, Cedric. I thought I'd never get out of there alive.
Dearie me. Oh, thank you for the assistance. I would not have done that alone. Now, do I have good news for you?
My heart, you fat... I don't need this old thing anymore. Look at me, I'm a princess again. Herbert!
Alicia. Where have you been all this time, my love?
Oh, darling, just take me home. I'll tell you on the way.
Alicia and Herbert. Well, hopefully they don't encounter any more witches on their way back. I've no idea how far away their home is. Also, he found her pretty quick once she was turned back. The acting. I know.
Now, why would she toss aside this beautiful harp? Well, if she doesn't want it, I'll take it.
Maybe we should make an adventure game. I'm pretty sure we could act at least as well as this. He was waiting for someone to fix her for him. Maybe.
It is a small harp of beautifully carved mahogany.
Mahogany? Huh. Fair enough. Spinning wheel?
Where did you get this? I thought I had lost it.
Oh, is it yours? I found it in the old witch's house in the dark forest.
So that's where it got to. The old hag took it, eh? You know, this ain't an ordinary spinning wheel.
It's not? Well, what's so special about it?
Why, this spinning wheel can spin straw into gold,
I had
that's
a
why.
feeling.
Except you gotta know who to use it. I doubt even the witch could figure that out. Thank you for bringing it back to me.
Now wait, not so fast. How about that marionette? Don't you think the price of the spinning wheel is worth at least twice that of the puppet? I'd love to have it.
Yeah?
For some reason.
I guess so. Boy, give that marionette to the man here. I'll make you a new one. Come on, boy. Let's gather up some wood for a new puppet.
Oh boy. I feel sorry for him. Taking a toy from the child. I know!
The entrance to the small house is through a crudely constructed door. Graham tries to open the small door, but finds it securely locked. The craftsmanship of the marionette is superb.
If you want to see one of the funniest computer clips I've come across, go back to the Gnome Town. and try to cross the chasm. Then watch this video starting at 9:45. Alright, we could have a quick look. Surprising they let us come back. Well, that was unpleasant.
Wasn't a very smart move.
Okay. Right, let me open this link. So this is a video by Day 9 TV. That was very loud. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully this won't be as loud. Okay, transition. Here we go. And unexpected.
Maybe that's what it sounds like when you fall through a bottomless pit.
Yeah.
You just have to get air every once in a while.
Oh, sorry, I followed the link and this is where it took us to. You wanted earlier in the video, okay?
Oh, into the chamber full of stomach acid. Don't you do it. Don't you dare do it.
Oh shit! There's a path through. Go up. Fucking go up. Oh, you idiot!
Why would you do that?
I didn't want it. That's.
Why would you? What is going on?
I don't know. I think it broke.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's horrible. Oh, it's so gross.
Exactly, Pikachu. This is what Mealy goes through every day.
I had to close the game, man. It's incredible. Alright, let's go ahead and open this one back up.
Well, there we go. So that was from Day 9 TV. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. For whatever reason, I found that extremely funny. I can see that. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that, Everett. Where was I headed? I was headed... Toy Makers. That's where I was headed.
Come on in. look around. Let me know if you're
Poor Graham
interested in
falling
anything.
forever.
The toy maker wouldn't find that suitable for his business.
Oh, I gave him the wrong item. That was the one.
Though did you get this wunderbar marionette? The craftsmanship is excellent.
Well, I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but I got it from a little gnome.
I must have it. Can I buy it from you?
Actually, you may have it if you'll give me the sled in trade.
Why, of course. But I must tell you, I think I'm getting the better deal. I can always make another sled, but finding another marionette of this quality...
That's very honest of him.
Nice, Nick.
So, can I have the sled?
Yeah, take it, it's yours.
Thank you very much. I think I'll find this sled very useful.
Well, you enjoy it, and danke for the marionette.
May we just take a moment
Papa, where did you put those new dog clothes Mama made?
Look in the trunk upstairs. I think I put them there.
I'll do that.
May we take a moment to appreciate what a lovely thing that man just did there? They were bartering for things, and he recognised that he was being given something of much greater value, and he pointed it out rather than just...
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play mid-air, but just be careful.
All right, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her.
Rather than just being silent and profiting from it. I think that's a...
It's you again, is it?
a jolly nice thing.
We still don't have any shoes for sale.
A jolly nice thing that deserved a bit more acknowledgement than it got from the game.
What have we here? Mama, take those shoes from the young man. Let me see them. These are the finest pair of shoes I've ever seen. The leather is soft and pliable, yet sturdy. The craftsmanship of these shoes are superb. And Mama, look at the solid gold buckle. Why, I could retire from the sale of these shoes.
Then the shoes are yours. I don't think I could find a better use for them.
You are a godsend, young man. How can we ever repay you?
You don't need to repay me. Just knowing I helped you is enough for me.
Take our dog.
Well, it ain't much, but it's all I've got to give. Here, take my cobbler's hammer. Perhaps you can find a use for it. Since I'll be retiring, I won't need it anymore. Thanks to you.
Why, thank you. A hammer could be very useful on my journey.
A bit premature, isn't it?
Take care, young man. We'll never forget this.
That's right, son. We'll finally be able to retire in comfort. You'll be in our hearts from now on. Come on, Mama, let's go home. Let's celebrate our good fortune.
Wait, this isn't their home? People generally lived in their shops in this era, like their home and their shop was one establishment. Also, isn't he being a bit premature here? Shouldn't he actually wait till he's sold the shoes before he gives away his tools? What if something happens to the shoes? Yes, the people in downtown Serenia are remarkably nice for a King's Quest game. Certainly seems that way. Hammer? Smaugs? Who are you going to hit?
A cobbler would normally use this small hammer to make shoes. The old shop is empty now that the shoemaker and his wife have retired.
Really? They've already retired before selling the shoes. Don't they need to find someone that wants the shoes and actually sell it to them first? At the very least, find a client whose feet are the right size and who has the money? Deary me. Let me look at the list of things to do. Gold heart for Willow, we've done that. Buy marionette, we've done that. Bees, we've overcome them. Buy sled, we've done that. Tree door securely locked, done that. I have completed everything that was on my to-do list for this game. I think we've done everything in all the shops, haven't we? So I mean, I suppose getting past the snake is the only thing left? That's the only thing I can think of. Who else is going to make the town shoes? Town will be barefoot from now on. I know, that's what I said. Like right at the start of the game, when we first went into the shoemaker's shop, and the game was remarking upon how bad business was, I said, like, that doesn't make sense because you've got a whole town here that needs to be shod. Like, when they need shoes, like, they can't just buy them online. Like, they need to go to the local shoemaker to have them made. It's a bit, how could you have a business like that and have it go under? Unless they're being outcompeted by another shoemaker or something.
In silence, the large serpent eyes Graham menacingly.
Stay away.
Wait, what?
This is my path.
Why do you care?
Stay away. This is my path.
Amazon indeed.
That won't convince the snake to leave. That won't convince the snake to leave.
Can't charm the snake with a harp. I don't know then. I guess there's one place that we haven't, like, done everything. There's the whole situation with the inn. That was never resolved.
The side door is locked. Graham can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn door.
Ooh, I'll wait for you.
Playing the harp has attracted the attention of the men at the bar.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey, boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rob him out.
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds.
Ah, I had a feeling that might be it. Not music lovers then.
I told you I'd repay your kindness when you saved me from that horrible cat. Good luck, friends.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Graham stoops down and picks up the sturdy rope from the stone floor.
Do I have any items on me? Oh, they left me my whole inventory. That was nice of them.
Graham has unfortunately found himself locked in the country inn's dusty, dirty cellar. A small set of rickety wooden stairs lead up to the cellar door. In one corner of the cellar, Graham notices a large rat hole.
Roberta Williams did some of the voice acting, and I sort of remember the rat being one of them. Ah!
A rusty padlock securing the door prevents Graham from leaving the cellar.
This is a problem. Alright, what items do I... Oh, I have the hammer. That might work.
Using the cobbler's hammer, Graham pounds on the rusty padlock until it breaks apart.
So we can't actually do this section until quite late on. I couldn't have done this much earlier, even if I'd wanted to.
Graham looks around the inn's kitchen and finds it rather sparse and untidy. Graham looks in the corner of the room. Graham spies a large kitchen cupboard.
What terrible condemnation. Imagine if someone described your kitchen as sparse and untidy.
Inside the cupboard, Graham sees a large, juicy leg of lamb.
I mean, okay, I'll take it.
Reaching into the open cupboard, Graham pulls out the savory leg of lamb. Graham looks around the inn's... Graham... It appears that the door leads outside. The sound of men talking and laughing loudly floats through the door.
Seems like going that way could be a bad idea.
Finding the kitchen door locked, Graham unlocks it before going outside.
How does he unlock it? Oh, because it's locked. It's not locked with a lock that needs a key, it's locked with a bar or something like that. So the reason they made a point of that padlock is indestructible.
Graham can see an unbreakable padlock on the barn.
Is so that you would understand you can't use the hammer again. Now, unless this snake wants lamb, I don't see how that's helped us get past.
That won't convince the snake to leave.
It's always possible I missed something in the inn. But equally, we did have a good look, and I didn't see anything else. If lamb's all we got... what good does that do us? I'm trying to get past a snake. Music for the snake. I did try that. I tried the harp.
That won't convince...
I do have rope.
That won't...
Yeah. You got through the inn without triggering a fail state. Oh, excellent. I didn't even realise there was a fail state. Lamb for the dog? Which dog? The cobbler retired. And his dog went with him. If you leave without getting the meat, you have triggered a fail state. But you can just walk back in there. The door isn't locked. Oh. Is the side door now open? If so, I'm mistaken on that point. It was. Unless it's like locked again now that I've left the scene. But yeah, I went in and out of there a few times. Let's see, is it still open? Yeah, it's still open. We can leave. Come and go as we please. Ah, okay. The meat fail state is fail state proof, which is nice. So I have the two things I gained from that are rope and meat, and I want to get past the snake, and the snake is not interested in eating the meat. So what do I do? Problem is, I've solved every puzzle I knew about. The dog that's in the inn might be interested in the meat. But on the other hand, they may not be best pleased to see me, you know, not tied up after they just tied me up.
Ooh, I'll wait for you.
Nope. Tie the meat to the rope and use it to whack the snake. Nope. It was a good idea, but no. I'm just wandering now because I'm trying to like just figure. I'm trying to remind myself. This has changed. This is where the gypsy was.
A tambourine lies on the ground near the abandoned gypsy encampment.
The travellers.
Not seeing the tambourine's owner, Graham bends down and rescues it from the ground. Graham notices a grassy clearing at the edge of the woods.
Huh. Maybe the snake likes tambourine music. It's possible. Not a fan of the harp, but a big fan of tambourine? Maybe? Seems that way.
Begone, you slithery varmint! Scat!
Oh no, not the tambourine. Anything but that. Well, hey! Progress. Good thing I decided to wander. I wouldn't have solved it otherwise.
A few hours later...
Blimey. Is there any possibility we've entered a fail state yet?
Graham begins to shiver at the sudden drop in temperature.
Best put your cloak on.
Graham dons his warm cloak for protection against the freezing mountain air.
So I've got a key, a custard pie, a harp, a pouch, some beeswax, some mutton, a rope, a cobbler's hammer, a cloak, an amulet of magic protection, a wand, a sled and a tambourine. Congratulations, after developing an elaborate barter economy and risking your life several times, you've received the snake's one weakness. A tambourine. Exactly. So are we more or less good? So far as you can tell. To my knowledge, you are still viable. Fantastic. Oh, dearie me. So I'd probably better stop there, since it is getting late. It's almost 11. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Next time I'll be streaming will be Monday, but that's going to be Elden Ring. Wednesday will be when I get back to doing more King's Quest V. And to be fair, despite a slow start, we did get almost halfway through the game. We're 119 out of 260. So, there's that. It was a pleasure to meet you, Everett. What was I thinking? Friday, the hope is that I'll be doing a split fiction with Pikachu. I can't guarantee that at this stage because we need to actually get the game set up and make sure it works, but that's the hope. Anything else to say? Yes, so I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, but the games that I play vary. So, as I say, next week, Elden Ring, King's Quest V, Split Fiction, hopefully. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads, and I would also announce it on our Discord server. What was I going to say? Thank you so much to everybody that joined me. Thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat, and thank you to everybody that lurked. I appreciate each and every one of you. Genuinely, I do mean that. And I think we'll raid Olivia, who's currently playing By Sweet Carol. By Sweet Carol, which appears to be a spooky game. Right, have a wonderful night, everybody.